Well, yes, I'm texting you to this is where they went with that streets to see what it's going to cost to do some of the streets that were fractured. Jefferson, we would do the things, we would recommend releasing. This is what it would be, a month. You can take it from some other areas, look at this channel stuff,
I hadn't seen that. All right,
we
I
take
got
some
to say.
tourism, maybe some.
This month now.
Yeah. We need to go ahead and get it. Another incident over there. This is on some of the streets, there is one street, nothing that I'm gonna get still.
What is it?
It's from, I mean, that's, I estimate, like an estimate, of certain streets that y'all are provided to. And, so this talks about the cost to do all of them, it would be this big.
I don't see many, no.
Hello. Hello. How are you?
Yeah.
So we have to go through it and see. Second. Stuff is already. Wrong thing is over there. Look how much it costs.
Been done it once before.
I think it was just was two, right? There was two.
Once the two live together.
Okay, I think about 178
Sure.
We got three.
I was almost through. I love it.
All right.
Good evening. The meeting of the mayor and board of aldermen of the city of Holly Springs is now called to order. First, we'll have prayer, and I'll ask Chief Frame, will you lead us in prayer?
The Heavenly Father, come on this afternoon, thank you, Father. Father, as you come to this board on tonight, we have our board members, citizens here, to just their concerns for the city of Holly Springs. Lord, we ask this in many blessings in your name.
And
Roll call, please.
Alderman Fountain,
President.
Alderman Jones, absent, Alderman Ship, Alderman Teal, Alderman Merriweather.
Present.
Mayor, you have 4 board members present.
Thank you. Right now, please stand for the pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America. Which is one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And then we'll ask for a moment of silence for, and also for prayers for the Marion family who lost their loved one. Most people knew Mr. Marion by the nickname of, I believe it's Click Clap. And he will surely be missed. Moment of silence, please. Thank you. And next, on a personal note, I'd like to wish a happy 89th birthday to my mother, Mrs. Marguerite Ford Gibson. It's her birthday.
Happy birthday.
We're thankful to God for that. Next, entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
I did have, one addition there, maybe 10A, that work for you?
What is it?
Excuse me. Approve the, motion made by, it wasn't a motion, it's to approve the decision made by the Holly Springs Planning Commission to change the PUD in the Holly Springs Commons and to allow billboards subject to MDOT approval.
That's probably would be more appropriate. Let's do that as 18A. All right, and I'm hearing, Alderman Schiff.
Most otherwise, teacher are going to attend the Emergency Service Administrative Professional Association 2024 Annual Conference, September 4th through 6th, National Pacific, with an registration fee of $275 plus hotel.
Let's do that as 19A. Anything else? Okay, if not, I'll entertain a motion for adopt the amended agenda.
I'll make the motion.
For those Alderman Schiff, second by Alderman Campbell, to adopt the agenda. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 4 ayes, 0 nays, 1 absent. Next, we have bid sheet sign. Review sample. And they're appointing a zero current fair.
Okay. I see.
Folder in that bed.
This the only one?
3 of them in there.
Inside.
Good evening. Let the bed master read them out.
There are 3 in this. The first one is marked LD. Sealed bid for 2008 White Ford Expedition. And 901515 1101. No problem.
These are all the surplus trucks.
Yes, ma'am. Sir,
How many is it?
trucks,
Yes.
one for surplus and the other for salvage. We'll bring that up the next meeting.
Says to whom it may concern, this is Lolita Tucker, and making a bid to purchase 2008 White Ford Expedition. Gives the VIN number for $2,001.99. Payable cash. It's
2001.
99 cents. That's from has J.J. Merchant. And it is for a 2008 Ford Expedition. Gives the VIN number, $2,377.77. Thanks.
$2,377.
$77.77.
What's the year model on here?
This is a 2008.
I know you said 18.
2008, I'm sorry. Final one. It's bid for a fire department truck. And Hunter Chase bids $1,175. Ford Expedition for the fire department. Let me get this number. And those are the bids.
So you can pick the keys and everything up, the title, what you. J.J. Martin, go ahead.
What I was gonna ask is, don't they motion usually, I mean, to accept the bids under advisement or what have you? Or
Sometimes we take them under advisement for those that come forward, but if it's something simple and it's easy to
That's
tell,
fine.
who the person who is tonight.
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted,
But,
that's
you
fine.
know, I don't know, unless you wanna take.
No,
Take them under advisement, make sure that everything's proper.
Right.
It'll give you a chance to look out.
okay.
Awesome. And after which, that person will be contacted to pick up the keys and the vehicle, which would be at Highway 4 East 720. Where they can pick it up from.
You get a motion. I'll motion take the bids under advisement.
Moved by Alderman Keel, second by Alderman Sharp. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? 4 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 absent.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, revised agenda, so it's no change. Items 1 through 6. Motion to authorize payment of $165,535.85 to the Holly Springs School District, July 2024 settlement. Motion to authorize transfer of $151,009.78 from the general ACH fund to the general operating fund, July sales tax. Motion to authorize transfer of $1,727.51 from the general ACH fund to the public money market, July tourism. Motion to authorize payment of $863.76 to Holly Springs Tourism. This is 1/2 July's tourism settlement. Motion to authorize transfer of $31,314.01 from the general ACH fund to the public money market for July's tourism. Item number 6, motion to authorize payment of $15,657.01 to Holly Springs Tourism. This is 1/2 of July's tourism settlement. All right. So motion to approve the revised consent agenda.
I hope that we approve the revised consent agenda.
And second. So move for Alderman Schiff, second for Alderman Townsend. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes 4 ayes, 0 nays, 1 absent. Ms. Jones. All right, next, we have city general bills and claims.
Now we can pay the city general bill.
For a second,
So,
It's been moved by Alderman Shipp, second by Alderman Teal to approve the general bills and claims. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes 4 ayes, 0 nays, 1 absent. And, city utility bills and claims.
Mayor, would we take it to
Thirty second. Move Alderman Bamford, second by Alderman Teal. All those in favor? All those opposed? 3 ayes, 1 nay in Alderman Merriweather, and 1 absent in Jones. All right. Item number 9, like TBA, paper status, that last part, and that may be something for later in the meeting. We'll know where we are on that. Come back to that. Next, item number 10, just want to remind everyone that tomorrow morning at the ADL Smith Building, the SBA will be conducting a workshop and training for businesses, entrepreneurs, startup businesses, as well as existing businesses. They will bring in members from SOAR who will sign up to mentor individuals that they desire. They will also have individuals present who can provide information regarding alternative funding and also startup funds. So we're encouraging everyone to take advantage of this opportunity to come and learn more. He called in today while I was on the radio and talked about some really exciting things or ways that they can help people no matter what type of business they have. He had a lot of great ideas, a lot of great information. This is going to just be the first workshop that they will come in and talk with us about and do a presentation. And then they will find out more about where people are in the area, how many people are interested, the types of businesses we have. They'll also talk about grants and other types of funding. So we encourage everyone to please come out. It's going to be from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. at the ADL Smith Building. So we encourage everyone to come out and participate. All right. And next we have a motion to authorize the purchase of 8 stock cops. We talked about this some last week and looking over it as far as weighing whether to purchase or to lease and the recommendation. I'll have to yeah. You can have it. You can have it. So, we did contact them for clarification. I think we passed this around last week. So we know that we had another incident this week, in one of the neighborhoods in the Greenbrier neighborhood. And we're looking, our cops have been helpful as far as the detective work, but also in prevention. And so we're asking for aid, and we did some research a while back to find the areas that would be most suitable. Police department did. And so the total for that would be $8,827 per month. I'll let you all take a look at this as he explained in detail. I think I passed around last week, but take a look at that and see the funds that we can utilize, the tourism funds, as well as some of the opera funds, but and then as we move forward, out of town, that's a great place as far as the budget. So that's something that at that point in time we would put it into the budget. That's kind of us. And you can get about 8,000 a month out that needed that.
Is that including the equipment and the software?
Right, it's being leased. It talked about 3 cameras, I think, per unit, as well as 2 if they come up. We know where we need them. We'll be looking at the entryways and exitways to the city as well as to put together or, where we've had some challenges. So that we hopefully can get, that information, as I mentioned. During, I think it was the last meeting, we had some individuals who came up from the neighborhood. And even since that time, they had another shooting in their neighborhood. So it's just an additional way, another tool to try to make our neighborhood safe.
So I looked at the numbers on it, and my understanding, you're saying leasing them, which is a 3-year lease that we would be in, is $8,827 a month. So, and then buying them outright would be $75,525. So I'm a little confused.
Does it include the monitoring, the software?
Right.
Is it, or is it just the?
So this is like if something is outdated, and I'll get, Mr. Jefferson, are you available? He did speak for him. So I'll let him explain it. Speak to the-
Well, and my question with it is, buying them at the $75,500, the first year alone leasing them is $30,000 more at $105,000, pretty much $106,000. The life of the units is $320,000.
Right. So you think it'd be more feasible to purchase them and pay your monthly
I didn't, it's
software?
in there, Mr. Jefferson is talking a little more than I have, obviously. But in here, he says, or I say he, I already know who it is. Oh, where's that email there?
We only
Well-
have one copy.
That was something different, I don't know what that, no, if you don't mind passing that back, that's something up mine.
I don't like it. This is something.
Yeah,
this
so
says,
what we would-
I just got it.
So what we were
The
doing was,
yearly fees are already included in, and this is if it's leased. So there's no out-of-pocket expenses during the subscription unless the box is knocked down through vandalism, theft, act of God, or intentional damage. That would be more of the reasons it's gonna be knocked down anyway. So they're taking themselves out of really replacing anything. I don't know what else is gonna happen. I think we need them. I'm just trying to see the economic value leasing versus purchasing. What are your thoughts?
well, really it just come down to, what we did was provide y'all with multiple options. Cause that's basically what I like to do. I don't like to just say, hey, this is what it is
Right.
and this is what it is. Yeah, you can go with the buying it outright. It just really come down to y'all discretion on how y'all want to proceed with the finances
Do
on
you
that.
see, what value do you see in the lease that we don't already, the ones we have now, who takes care of those?
Basically we have to pay them to come out. So
What
it's
is
like
that
$3,000.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I cut you off, my bad.
It's like $3,000 per truck roll. So it get kind of costly. This is an expensive system, period.
How often have they come out? Is it a pretty common thing or?
Well, yeah, we do have issues where it get damaged, and we have to have them to come out and service it. We have tried to, pull some of our utility guys, but that's not feasible because, we kind of short staffed and they have to
Sure,
work on the
yeah.
lines and stuff like that. So, to me, I see the benefit of it in some ways where we can stretch it to each budget, because really it's a little bit lesser than that when you look at when the budget resets, so it's softer per month versus paying 75,000 up front and then that's it. Either way it go, that was
Yeah,
just a decision I just couldn't make
Yeah,
on my
I
own
see
on
what you're
that.
saying, but we could buy 28
Yeah,
price of leasing four.
we have over 3 years. Yeah.
So
So
maybe the way to go. This is my first time looking at it. I'm just looking at the value of it. Because
yeah. Now the overall value ain't no other way around it, but
I'm talking about the value of the lease.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, the
I agree we need more than,
the
I'm
three,
just trying to,
300K, that is a lot. But
but it doesn't include if we have a storm that hits and knocks 5 of them down, none of that's included.
yeah, yeah.
And
Is
how
it
many
pretty-
total do you have in the city, Sky Cops?
Now we got more than 3, yeah, yeah.
It's pretty much a single source.
Last time I checked, we had at least, who is yeah, about 8 working.
So that's how many we got working, or that's how many we have total?
That's not mean we got totally, but.
Yeah.
We got several of them that's down now.
How many up?
About 4 of them up.
I mean,
About
Yeah,
4,
about 4.
but they got, each of them got 3 cameras, so
How old are
they old.
Well,
Yeah,
About
they-
6 years, about 6 years old, 6, 7 years
about
old.
6 years old.
Yeah.
four.
Yeah.
So what we gonna do, have them to service the ones that down, as well put up the new ones. Yeah. So it's,
Oh, you got, well, 2 now, you can still budget.
About the bid. Right, that's what I was, that's what I was thinking.
As well as, this is about budget, I mean, this time, but you can budget, you can at least get to now, and budget the rest of them in during the budget season.
Or-
That's a suggestion.
periodically throughout the year?
Or the next budget,
or we can go, hey, y'all approve the budget yet?
not yet.
So if y'all want to, we can go ahead and add that in our budget, and pay the 75K all in one go. And then just
Only
move
thing
forward.
is that we do need to go ahead
And
and
get
purchase
one now.
some now.
Yeah,
Because there's one area there, it's just, as I mentioned, I was sick call at about midnight. And that's how I found out, what we don't want to do is wait until something else happens. These individuals came to the meeting last week, but not just for that area, there are also other areas that we have these. The funds are available, that we can utilize as far as tourism or even part of our funds to go ahead and purchase it, whether we want to purchase it
I have to
outright
call the
for legal,
accountant.
but this has to be a priority in this moment. So, but the funds are there in either of those ways. And as he mentioned, once they come, because it costs the same when they bring the bucket truck up, is they have to do the repairs, as well. I know the last time they did something was because, they switched the system and we switched, I think, the telephone. So that
Yeah.
was something, that was different, but that was quite some time ago when they did that. So it's really a tool that we can utilize. Not only do we utilize it, but, you know, other law enforcement agencies, they also count on it when things go awry. But it would definitely help our department out, if we were to have those cameras to be able to pull them up and see what happens.
Mayor, do you have the outright purchase thing with you? Now, was this price determined after you cross a certain threshold of units, or is this?
Talking about on the lease.
Yeah, I asked him
Yeah.
for, when we looked at all the different areas that we have concerns with, as to what's happening, and that's when we came up with that number, as far as 8. And because of how much it costs to call, the idea was to go ahead while we're looking at it to get our system advanced so that we can have a plan, so that our department will be able to look and see, even as far as speeding and things of that nature, that we be able to cover all the entrances, cover any of the areas that we have concerns, or where the schools and the parks are, that sort of thing.
Okay, so the negotiated price of 8,600 per unit was because we were getting 8 of them, or was that the rate regardless?
So
8,600 was,
I think on that, this is, I asked them for 8, and that's the quote that they provided. They provided both.
okay, he didn't say, because you're getting 8, I'm gonna give you a discount or anything. That's where if we choose to do 2, our amount can be 8,600, times 2.
From the last time that we looked at it, he did provide numbers that to me it looked like it more than that one time, but it was cheaper, because we didn't have to have that coming back and forth so much. But what's your pleasure? And we'll
I got a question. This is all through the same company that you're dealing with already?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah.
And so that's why
Yeah.
we worried out because
No, that's
dealing with,
the same people you should,
Yeah.
right?
we knew we didn't have to.
You want it all in the same system.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, will we use tourism money here?
If it's gonna be used specifically for the police department, I'm not sure. That'll be a question I have to call and ask. If it's not specifically for park and recreation or tourism, then I would say no, but I have not asked that question.
Well, some of it will be, some of them will be, I know, in two parts, and then, well, three parts.
Yeah.
And then, some of it will be in the entryways and the exitways, as far as the city, which is part of what tourism does, their property income. So,
Yeah, because we're gonna set them up in Sam Cooper Park. Some of us call it the stadium, but it will help us with like our events that we have over there and help police things because it get pretty crowded and it's hard for our officers to get to a certain area. So,
the
But-
entryways, there, the parks, and some maybe not. Initially, when I first looked at it, the funding I looked at as far as those that were actually gonna be in the parks, that would be 3 or 4.
yeah, and
And
then
then the others, but the police department, their budget right now just can't handle it. And so we can take part of it from tourism for those in the park, and the other part, as I mentioned, possibly from ARPA. Total, about 75,000, so it would end up probably being about half from the tourism, and then take the balance, probably from the ARPA funds.
Or you could phase it in. If we get 3 in this budget, if you want 8 over, you're gonna pay over them over 3 years anyway. If you get 3 in this budget term, maybe get 2 when the budget
But that's
season
only
is better
release.
on the leasing.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think, what they're expressing, their preference is to buy them outright.
I'm saying, even if you buy them outright, you could still buy some per budget. But my suggestion is that we motion to purchase the 8 and we phase them in as the money comes. That's what but at least buying 1 now for the problematic area, or 2, or whatever. Problematic.
We were just blessed the other night that nobody, well, two nights that nobody was actually, injured. And in that case, I know somebody had some video or something, I was told, from like a ring camera or a home camera or something, but that they said it wasn't really clear. So this is something that we really, need to do and take advantage of, so that we can help our department, better protect, the residents here. But what's your pleasure?
Madam Mayor, question, who's presenting this? Is it the chief or is it Mr. Jefferson? I came in late, I'm just trying to get some
Well,
clarification.
I put it on the agenda. It's something we talked about for the last few years.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Trying to close it out as I look for a creative way to find the funds.
Okay, so
That,
we got 8 locations
yes.
where we got, I know we asking for 8 cameras, but do we have 8 locations?
yes, when Chief Grant was in position, me and Detective Walker rode around and looked at the locations.
Where are they? Do you have that so we could see?
Yeah, we can get that over
It's,
to you.
Highway 7 North,
Sam Cooper Park.
Highway 7 South, out close to the car lots that gets you where you're going to Oxford. It is out, Sam Cooke Station off of, Stadium, off of Highway 4, by Canby Park, to try to cover the West College and Boundary area at that corner. And then also down by, Marshall Academy. And then there was one over by, the roundabout.
Right there on 7,
Yes, Highway
yeah.
7 up to the roundabout, so that would be one there.
Neely Avenue.
And then, yeah, definitely Greenbrier.
Yeah.
So that's 7, and the other one, I'm trying to remember. So, but we looked at some of the high traffic areas. So those were the areas that were addressed.
I understand. I am totally in agreement for the sky cops, but in some of the areas like you're talking about, okay, Green Block or some of the 7 North and South locations, have you thought about tag readers? I mean, they're more new.
Yeah.
Newer than the
they
sky cops. I would think that would be for neighborhood or areas, but on these highways, think about the
Yeah,
Tag
the
readers.
tag readers will be more, at this point, yeah, more feasible, because we talked about that, having tag readers, because we run into a lot of problems, vehicles in the area that we're trying to identify, so it would be more feasible at this point too. But as far as the locations, I wasn't aware of any of the locations usually determined by somebody in law enforcement as far as high crime areas and you know.
So question, the sky cops, the ones that we currently have, do we have any type of data in regards to, the incidents happening at these particular spots? You get what I'm saying? I'm just trying to examine the effectiveness of sky cops. And, I know it can be, serve its purpose as a deterrent, if a person sees a camera visible, but I'm just trying to determine, like, we've been having them 6 or 7 years, we should have some type of data behind the use of the sky cops. You understand what I'm saying? So do we got any, data in regards to incidents happening at these particular spots?
Not the only data that we have is on our reporting system, our arms reporting system, that incidents that happen in that. But as far as the sky cop itself, no. But if somebody report that incident, we respond. We have that data. Yeah.
I have a sheriff's department has utilized it as well as our officers in different cases as far as locating.
Yeah, that's where I come in. I come, like when Detective Bobo or Palmer or Walker, they give me a call. I come, review the footage and pull it for them, and me, Chief, and the detectives, we'll watch it, and then we'll turn it over to like the DA, the court, so forth.
And I do understand that and did that, but to me, better usage of the sky cops, because when I look at this one on the square and I look at this one out on Martin Luther King Drive, the blue lights are flashing on the sky cop. But right underneath those sky cops are swirlies in the street, all kinds of tracks in the street. Here on the square right there at the post office, I cannot believe, of course, I cannot believe that someone actually did, what y'all call those swirlies? Donuts. Right on the square by the post office. And then out there on, at City Tree and Park, they are having a party, and there is a blue light right at the door of our church right there, and the parking lot is right there. So that was a good question that Alderman Jones asked about the data. Are those high crime areas? I hear about the roundabout and places that we're putting them. I'm not gonna go into detail talking about that, but I think that much study needs to be given to that. Before, number one, how many do we have that's not working? And getting those things so we can know exactly how many we need. Is our goal 16? We have 16 sensitive areas that we need to put those sky cops, or just what's the plan? According to the data and so forth.
Yeah, for one.
Because I do like the
I think
the
the sky cop is only good as the monitoring.
Yeah, that's what I was just.
The sky cop is only good as the monitoring of the sky.
That's right.
Now, we can have them flashing and no one is monitoring them, then they're just flashing. But, under this new chief, if he decides that he wants to put sky cops in the high crime area and and a lot of these, the software haven't been updated. That's why there may not be data, or they may be broken or whatever reason. But if he decides that he want to put them up now with monitoring and keep a close eye on them, I think that is worth it.
Yeah, so I think,
It's college about their own sky.
So,
yeah.
so on here, we had some incidents to take place on Greenlawn, I guess.
Yes, we had some, shootings that have occurred, even as recently had it, right before the meeting we had on August the sixth. I found out from the people in the neighborhood, that's how I found out, and then this weekend, someone called me about 12:30. Young lady did, and, informed me that there was another shooting almost in the same spot. She going, are you against having, sky cops, is there a reason?
No, I'm not against having sky cops, but I think we need to, put some money into, the ones that we already got to get them back online instead of buying some new ones right now.
That would be definitely on the list as far as once they come back to do that, we can have those prepared. You know, even, since we've been here, you've had some that were prepared. But we do need some, like, for example, in the Greenbrier neighborhood, already where someone gets hurt.
But what are we doing to prioritize the area in regards to Greenback? We know this is a problematic field. What are we doing in order to prioritize it in regards to, patrolling, a higher percentage as opposed to, patrolling other areas, if you understand what I'm saying? Because there's more alternatives, to address the crime in the area as opposed to us just getting sky cops, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
So what's the plan to prioritize, Greenbrier, the area, since we know that it's problematic?
Okay. Yeah, first of all, we have put that on our list as priority as far as the officers on patrol to prioritize that area. Plus a couple other things that I can't say in public right now that we're doing, to prioritize that area also. But we increasing patrols and also, putting officers out on, foot patrol, in late night in the late night.
Right now, no one is there. One thing about the sky cop is it's 24/7. It's 24/7, and even if no one is watching it, so, for the safety of our residents, because I don't want to get another call. I was just thankful that her conversation didn't say that someone else was shot, to be frank about it. And when you talk about as far as the evidence and the data, go check the bullet holes in the lady's car window. Go check the casings in the yards, and then the evidence that you have, and it's been, repeated, incidents. These are just two that we're talking about. Even a few years ago, a young lady lost her life, over in that area. So it's something that's very much needed, long overdue. And I would recommend that if you don't want to do the 8, at least, do some, so that we can cover some of those areas, and it would definitely be less than what it is now. But I think that we do a disservice to those brave residents who came up here at that last meeting, because they risked themselves coming up here to stand before you all and talk about that. And we owe them at least, that's the least that we can do, is try to get it covered, because an officer's not going to be there all day. And I think the time before that, it happened about 4:30 or 5:30 in the morning. A young lady said she normally would have been getting ready for work when her car was, window was shot out. But she just, thank God, didn't go that day. So she wasn't outside at that time. But even if we don't, even if you all don't want to do the recommendation of the 8, you are reducing them, do 4 of them. And as you mentioned, come back and do them. But to go home tonight and not do something, it leaves these people uncovered again. And now they have stepped out bravely and made us aware of their concerns. And this is something that hopefully will deter, what's happening.
Right, and I think that's what we're saying, Mayor Gibson. We're not in favor of not getting any. We're trying to come together as a board to determine the number and the questions answered. But I'm in favor and would like to make a motion to a purchase and not lease, 4 Skycop cameras for the city of Holly Springs. My recommendation is that we phase in the other cameras or tag readers
Yes.
as the budget increases and allows us to make those type of purchases. The tag readers are new, everybody, He's using them on the highway and everywhere, so they're very useful too. Yes, ma'am. Yes, that's my motion.
I got the first part, the first of the four. I'm trying to make sure what you want.
I want the 4 and the other 4 to be, added in as the budget allows. Just do 4 right now.
How close are we to closing out the fiscal year?
By the time you purchase.
You know, the new budget starts in October.
Right.
September 30th.
Is there a second?
Depends on how close. But
They,
How close are we to the current budget?
I'm in favor of doing one for, the Greenbrier area, since it's an immediate concern and the rest of them, I feel like should be built into the budget for the upcoming, fiscal year. That's just my.
And that's kind of what it is when you buy 4, you're just saying you're purchasing 4, you're not saying you're purchasing 4 today. You're purchasing 4, you purchasing some now, and whenever the money comes in, the rest of them. But, you know, I understand you say you won't.
Now we have a motion on the floor, so.
motion to purchase 4.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'd like a little bit more discussion on it. I'm in favor.
Let's come back to it.
I like what Alderman Jones is speaking of, get one in the immediate area. But we're 30 days from the new budget.
We have
right?
several areas. If we don't cover it and close it out, we're gonna have a problem, but Alderman Fountain has asked for the first year of us coming back to it tonight, so let's do that. And then we're gonna grab it.
Ready to get a motion already on the floor that we need to do.
She withdrew it.
She withdrew it. I was trying to. In a few minutes. In a few minutes.
We may as well just finish the
Yes, yes.
discussion since we are, on the.
Yeah, because I need to know, would like to know from Madam Clerk, how close are we to the current budget of the balanced with our expenditures, our monies that are there? How close are we? We're trying to make.
The police department is at 100, their budget is gone. They don't have anything. They don't, I think the only thing they have left is in repair auto.
That's what I stated earlier. That's what I said that it would need to come from other places,
But I still want to
like
know
Parks
about the
and
budget.
Rec,
I still want right.
or, ARPA.
I still want to know about the budgets. Okay, so we can look at that. Okay.
So you still withdrew your motion? Are you-
Yes.
Okay.
Unless they want to continue to. We have spent a lot of time.
Yeah. Can I
All
go,
right.
can I go over a couple more things while I got the
No,
floor?
let us close this out. That's what's on this agenda. All right, so, what's the pleasure? Well, I'm gonna, while y'all are talking about that. So you all want to come back to item number 11, or what's your pleasure? Alderman Fountain has to come back to it, and then some of you all have been hearing different discussions about it.
I'm in favor of going on the purchase now. Well,
So,
I don't know.
item number 12, Holly Springs Homecoming, Principal Turnage has requested, the assistance of the police and fire department for street closures, for the Holly Springs High School Homecoming Parade, and that's gonna be on September the 13th, 2024, at approximately, I guess, 5 p.m. is how they've been doing it. Like, there was no time in the letter, so I'm just gonna say Friday, September the 13th, 2024.
The motion for that.
Yes.
I'll motion for, police and fire assistance for the Holly Springs High School homecoming, September 13th, 2024, at 5 p.m. unless otherwise stated.
Second. It's a move, Alderman Hill, second by Alderman Fairweather. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes 5 ayes, 0 nays. All right, next, just want to remind everybody that COVID is back, with us. So please take precautions, washing your hands, wearing masks, and we are, as a city, following the CDC requirements. I just want to mention that. A few people who have come ill, and I know that even at one of the schools, they actually sent out some calls on one of the grades. So please use caution. And if you don't feel well, please get checked. Item number 14, ARPA, and I mentioned this to you all several weeks ago as far as the ARPA funds. And Ms. Jones, how much did you say that balance is?
1.4 million.
1.4 million. Okay. And so, my requests are that we, utilize, part of the, ARPA funds for, you all know what my plan was to, folks to utilize these funds to, rehab the old Sims building, the yellow building, 7th and 8th grade, and to utilize it in honor of Senator Hiram Rebels as a senatorial library, use it as a community center for that area, that neighborhood that has a void since the school moved. Where we would have different things like perhaps a theater, community rooms, incubators for entrepreneurs, as well as possibly a swimming pool based on the size of it. However, met challenges, everyone did vying for that at this moment. So one of the things that I was looking at is some additional funding to make that happen. But I am requesting the use of the funds for street repair, for sidewalks, for consultant to look at the old Sims building and probably do an assessment, and also for playground equipment. These funds were such a blessing. It was one of the first options that I was able to take, was the assistance of some folks who were very helpful to me. The city of Holly Springs was awarded $1.9 million. And so, of course, right now they have issued a timing as to when those funds will be utilized. And then also, I did look at other uses. One other use would be to perhaps help disadvantaged people who were affected, like our senior citizens. And so that's something that I'm doing some additional studying on there to see as to how that use would work as far as being able to disperse it for those who were deeply affected, like our senior citizens or the disabled. But I also asked you all, as far as if you had any ideas and to make to send those to me and make me aware. I have not received anything else, so please let me know.
So Madam Mayor, not done speak. In terms of the ARPA proposed uses, the consultant for the old Sims property, am I understanding that property is in litigation now?
On which property? I just didn't hear you.
Oh,
Yes, and she is referring to the
Yes,
Old Semi Church.
lawsuit that was filed by the.
we responded to it. That's correct.
Semi Church, okay. And then the other is, you brought us in a proposal, one of the areas that we were looking at as a board to activities or items that we really need to be done in our city. You brought was street repairs. And I think that was well over $3 million. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And we have 1.4 million in the ARPA fund. And then, of course, the right of way with the utilities department, knowing that we hopefully have submitted our application for the $430,000. Okay. And so, thinking back in terms of priority, my thoughts are with the street repair and with the right of way for the Holly Springs Utility Department, making sure that our constituents are taken care of for services now that fall is upon us, just about. And we know that we don't, with us looking at the financial stability of the utility department, may having to use some of the money they
Well,
I'm talking to the school.
Okay, and I appreciate that. So the utility department, as long as the meters are reading properly, and the team is out, that is the cause of the financial issues in the utility department. You have to continue to read them consistently, and if people don't affect the process, pull people off, then there's not an issue there. So there's not a funding issue, there's a meter reading issue, that we've had, whether it's from the, smart meters or from the manual reading of the meters. And so that affects the billing. And most people know that the bills have been late. So if the bills are late, then they cannot process the revenue. They cannot draw it down. They cannot send them out. Some people pay and some people don't. So that's the issue there. But we do have those funds. And right now, the right-of-way team that we've had, they've been doing an excellent job, and we've had fewer and fewer outages. In addition to that, there were also some funds that you mentioned that are from the state. So we definitely, the streets, as I mentioned, we do have those, and what we'll do is look to see with the engineering company as to what we can and which ones we can repair and which ones we cannot repair, based on the amount that we have along with the funds that we already budgeted for street repair project. Because if we don't get something done to the streets, then we're definitely going to be having some issues this winter if we have some ice and some snow. And so we have to get some of these projects moving.
Do we know how much was budgeted for street repair from last year?
150,000.
And how much of that has been used?
I think we did some of it when we were doing the revamp, the beautification day. We utilized some of that, but not, it wasn't much use at all.
I would like to, I would agree with all the mayor, right away. Our team, of course, is doing a great job, but they can always use additional help. When I ride around Holly Springs and see cuts through all the poles, this is a dire need that to get solved. So extra right away help would very sufficient for that.
Are there any other comments?
Now, when do we have to have that allocated and close?
December 31st, 2024.
December 31st?
Yes, not allocated, obligated. Or you can allocate it, but it has to be
But what I'm
expended.
saying is letting them know how we're going to spend, what our intentions.
No, you have to have it spent or at least into a contract by December 31st, 2024.
So that's what I mean. I knew it was a deadline for that. No questions asked,
Work doesn't have to be
wondering.
completed.
Right.
No.
So we have to be in contact.
It has to be a leasing contract and it has to be itemized out exactly what it's gonna be expensive. Yes.
Item number 15, I'm going to hold that. Also, item number 16, wastewater, it's regarding an invoice. Is anyone here to present that invoice? Jones?
Mayor and Board, I don't have an invoice to present for that wastewater issue, but I do have a wastewater issue that came to my attention on Friday by Mr. Jefferson. We had to,
Hold on, Mr. Jones, so that we can make sure that we take care of things in the order that we have. The item right now is metallic, so you don't have that invoice, or you're not.
it's for, what vendor is it for, Mayor?
It's for metallic.
No, I don't, no, he
Ms.
didn't get
Russell, are
it.
you aware of it? Yeah. Do you have any information regarding it?
I don't have a physical copy, but I'm trying to pull it up in my email. This particular vendor did some work for us in July. I'm sorry, give me one moment. And he's requesting a payment. My assumption was he was doing it as a weekend job, and I didn't get the actual invoice till a couple days ago. And he's requesting a payment, so that particular account through Mattel won't be on hold.
Has that been sent to General Manager Jones?
No, ma'am.
No, I'm not aware of this.
All invoices are sent to accounts payable,
So,
not directly to him.
what is the amount on that? Do you have
It's a little over $5,000, but I want to give you the exact amount.
And he had an emergency, I think, with the system that was done, I guess, quite some time ago. No, they've been told not to attend meetings.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
You know, he's normally here. And, so they've been told not to attend, and that Mr. Jones would present their matters.
I am not
My
aware.
understanding is that they met with him at some point earlier today, so I'm not sure. I know they talked about several things, so I don't really know.
I was not aware. I was not made aware of this. I don't know when this work was done. It's an invoice from July. It didn't come to my office for anything. So,
Too large, so it's hard to see it. So the work was performed on July the 1st.
It was an emergency work order that was completed on the weekend. So when I talked to the vendor directly, I just asked them to give me a little time and try to get it approved so we can get it paid. It was a little over $5,000.
Maybe it's the, claims document.
It wasn't in the original claim docket because I didn't get the information till after I had turned my reports in.
Like, the next claim document was still.
If that's the thing I want to do, we had an option of trying to go ahead and get it approved today so that I can pay it. But I did let the vendor know, in that case, if not, we can push it to the September board meeting. Either way.
How would you like that done, Mr. Jones?
I would like it to go to the September board meeting.
Well, it's gonna have to, we don't have anything to be close.
I mean, you'll have full information.
Yeah, I'll know about it. I mean, I didn't know about it. I can tell you about the conditions that what's going on as far as the utility department is concerned. But I really like that, since we're talking about the topic of the wastewater, I really would like to talk about what Mr. Jefferson told me, because it's related. And it's a problem that's going to come back to bite us in the end. This is a real problem, and it's part of my the utility department presentation. If I can do that now. Okay. Mr. Jefferson came to me on Friday about a issue with the sewage station. We got 23 sewage stations, and this is the one on 7 North. And the guy had sewage coming out of the manhole on his property. So he called the Environmental Protection Agency. And Mr. Jefferson called me and said, oh, hey, I need a purchase order for $2,400 to get a temporary substation to be able to pump, to get this sewage off this man's property. And I said, really? He says,
We had to talk about it in executive session because just based on some of the details you already viewed, it sounds like possible litigation. Based on some of the stuff that you were saying.
I don't know the guy's name. I mean, he didn't get that. I want to talk about, okay, let me change it. I want to talk about the 23 sewage stations that at least 5 of them are going to be need to be replaced in the next, 5 to 6 years. And they are about between $50,000 and $100,000 a piece. And these things need to be planned out because we got one substation, I forget the name of it right now, but I got it in here, that was supposed to be repaired during the previous administration. And what happened was they went to Mr. Jefferson and they asked him about repairing it. And they asked, can we hold off for another year? And he said, yeah. So they held off for another year. They held off for another year. They held off for 3 years until it gets to this
I don't
administration.
think that's exactly accurate, because I know that Mr. Jefferson presented like memorandums where he presented it to people in the prior administration, and the repairs were not made, including the water tower that we made when we first entered into office.
That's, well, I don't know anything about the water tower. I'm
Accused employees of certain things.
I'm not accusing Mr. Jefferson of anything. I'm telling you what he told me. And what he told me was that there was a contract for that substation to repair it. And there were measurements made. They went out to make the apparatus. They bought it back and it didn't fit. And what happened was, so that Mr. Jefferson told them, take it back. It doesn't fit. But we still don't have that apparatus at that substation. My point is this. When you negotiate with a contractor and you make a purchase order and they make measurements and then they don't deliver the right thing, that is means as far as what it costs and delivery times not being met in your purchase order, and we are losing out because now we have a $2,400 a month fee for a temporary pumping station in that substation because we didn't look at the contractor, we didn't make sure that it was done right, and the lack of technical expertise, and these are the kinds of issues that cost us money that we can, and that's just this one thing. And I'm telling you, we got 23 other of these things that are maintenance on, that need to be taken care of, and at least 4 or 5 of them, according to Mr. Jefferson, he gave me the price of what they're gonna cost, and we need to prepare for these things now, not when this happens down the road. I'm talking, and that's just one thing, one aspect at the utility department. We got more coming. Yes.
Do you have this particular, you have this budget for the upcoming year?
No, we don't have a budget for the upcoming year. I don't have a budget because I don't know what my funds are. I don't know what the cash coming in is. I don't know what the cash going out is. Our accounts haven't been reconciled. We have accounting issues at the utility department. TVA is in there now, looking at the accounting, trying to reconcile the accounts. We have accounts that haven't been reconciled in years. We have 767 work orders that haven't been completed since 2019. I got a whole list of things as far as the accounting is concerned, and the accountants tell me that with the fact that when I found out we got about approximately last time, when at the last board meeting that I didn't say, we had about $1.6 million in checks that were being held, $810,000 of checks being held at the utility department, another $589,000 in checks being held in the mayor's office, and these accounts haven't been reconciled. The accounting issues as far as checking the balances, the bank balances, reconciling the bank. The accountant has told me that you don't have a budget, Mr. Jones. You can't make a budget without knowing where your money is going to come from and where your money is and how it flows into the utility department and out of the utility department. The accounts need to be recognized. The accounting practices need to be put in place as far as methods, processes, and procedures that we have not been doing. And that's where we're at.
And I appreciate that. And I'm gonna say this as well. The accounting lady from TVA also expressed to you that you didn't understand accounting as it's done. And that's part of the problem. Just as you did not want to include the claims docket in the package, he had explained to you that even this week, we had to move forward with the claims in order to make certain payments. Not only that, I must say, since you were talking about certain things and you're trying to set up your stage for something, is that we never missed a payment until you were hired. Now, that is a fact. And so now we knew there were issues in the department, and Ms. Mason did an amazing job of dealing with it under the circumstances, even with all of the storms. Even during the time when this board did not release funds, she still managed to keep it afloat. And we didn't lose anything, we didn't miss a payment until now. So to come up and express and throw around accounting is a problem. And especially when even the people who came up have addressed this issue with you and talked to you about it. They've even expressed to you the same thing that we've all shared with you, is that the meter reading wasn't the problem. But instead of listening to them when we expressed that to you, you instead pulled people off, which put us farther and farther behind. We are just now recovering. Not only that, you contracted as far as with people to read the meters, which I thought was a wonderful idea, and I commended you for it. Unfortunately, what you did not tell us was that they would only read for us when New Albany did not want or need them, which means most of the time they were not here. And so as we talk about these issues and the concerns, we must be honest about it and work as a team, because everybody had a rough go as far as coming in and figuring things out. You've already talked about projects. The one you talked about as far as the measuring, that wasn't on our folks. I won't go into any more of that because that's dealing with litigation that has been resolved. And it was not our people's responsibility to measure. So our people did not make the mistake. Our people had the expertise for what they were responsible for. So let us make sure that we're clear and also support the team as we go as they work under the circumstances. But what I have seen, even from the other young man, is memorandums of him begging people all the way back to 2018 for some of these repairs that you're talking about. And as far as accounting, yes, we all got in trying to work and help. And that would be the important thing. But if you tell what the accounting lady told you, that you don't understand how accounting works, that she also told you that the problem was the meters. Don't throw employees under the bus. If you got a concern about them, that's what that role's for right there, executive session.
I don't, okay.
But tell that, and the facts are what they are, as far as that a payment had not been hit. Well, you know what? I made sure that I had them printed out so that I could show that at some point, because of the fact that I saw where this was going. Not only is it going so that certain employees can be attached, but also says that there will be an excuse of increasing the rates of our ratepayers. And that's where this is going. And if people are listening, I hope that they understand. You want to create the image that there is a financial crisis, which gives TVA the right to bring it up. And I'm wondering as to, what the motive is there. What is the motive? That is the concern for me. But our ratepayers right now, I don't think they want an increase, but I see you working the way around for it as far as what TVA is pushing. TVA tried to push that on me. I rejected it. They tried to push it on the board. At that time, they rejected it. And so, but now it looks like this is happening. That's just like the meeting as far as with TVA that was supposed to be reviewing a contract, but it turned out it was a sample contract that did not have a lot of the stuff or the amendments that we're dealing with. We have to deal with, as you share with me, the facts.
Well, the facts are, from what I'm hearing, there's $1.6 million worth of checks in a drawer. There are over 767 work orders that have not been completed. There are over $589,000 worth of checks in the mayor's office. This is what I've heard, $810,000 worth of 90 days, from what I'm understanding, bills that are not paid by the utility department. Now, you can sum it up, you can split it, you can do word search and word twisting with this. To me, proposed fear tactic of manipulation, Madam Mayor. But at the end of the day, I said this before in a meeting, Mr. Jones has been hired by this board to lead the Holly Springs Utility Department in areas that we had concerns about. I'm not sitting here saying that other board members can speak their minds. I've been concerned about the finances of the Holly Springs Utility Department. We asked for clarity and transparency. And for the first time, it seems to me that we're getting that to a certain degree. And I've said it before, I trust Mr. Jones. I'm looking for him to continue with making sure that our ratepayers get transparency, get their needs met in terms of services and where the money is. We do not have currently an updated audit that we can refer to see where the money for the utility department is. We don't have a city audit that's been done in 3 years. I don't get it. I don't understand it. We do not have an audit. The citizens deserve to know exactly where their money is. Not speculation, not guessing, not disjointed, but a report, concise report that shows where the money is. How much money do we have left? How much do we have for the month of, what's this, August? How much money came in for July? And how much went out? You should be able to answer that when you come before this board to the citizens. And there is not a citizen in this city that is not concerned about $1.8 million or $1.6 million worth of checks in a drawer. I don't know who can keep a job. I just don't know. Maybe I don't get it. Who could do that and still have a job and the auditors not be in there every day? And the citizens not up there. I don't understand it. That's a lot of money. Let alone $1.8 million for $6 million worth of checks, $1,000 worth of checks in a drawer. So I understand what is being said very clearly. I want to hear from Mr. Jones and other board members. You all. Excuse me one moment, Madam Mayor. Excuse me.
About the audit.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
The audit is not the responsibility of the
Excuse
employee.
me, Madam Mayor. Let me
An
finish.
additional
Let me
certified
finish.
letter was sent to the auditor.
Let me finish.
But let's go
You
back
all
to the
results.
audits
We want
the
results.
audits were initially delayed
And that's the
because
bottom.
this board refused to take action. Once we finally got an auditor, then the information was not provided. Now, I have sent him certified letters, I sent him email after email, dealing with all the interruptions of certain board members, i.e. Officer Merriweather and TVA. And so they have been delayed. Even as of this last week, I sent another certified letter. Our staff, our team has provided all the information that was requested. When we talk about transparency, I wish people would do that. And I wish that people would be honest about it. That is why we put in public comments so that people could come up and talk about whatever their concern was. But we've been nothing but transparent with this board. Every week you receive documentation from invoices and everything else that has happened. I'm not sure, I keep hearing the phrase of checks and drawers, checks and drawers, checks and drawers. And that is very interesting to me. But yes, there are times when one must make a decision as to how to deal with them. And I actually spoke with one of the young ladies, Ms. Bledsoe, who is here by way of TDA regarding that. And she expressed a way to do it as far as instead of processing every check, to do the ones that are going to be released, but that is still a county principle that people sometimes do. It has even been done on the general city, but sometimes Ms. Jones said, I'm gonna wait and send that check out and be strategic about it. So therefore, it's not something that's not normal. She's held some as well. So when we talk about it and tell it,
I have no check.
Yes, ma'am, you haven't held that. You have some.
I have not held any checks.
You've expressed to me you're gonna wait and send this one out at a later date than that one.
Mayor, I believe you just did what you scolded Mr. Jones on, was calling out an employee.
Now,
You did that very thing right
But
there.
not for something negative. I'm saying that that's a general.
It's the same thing. Literally the same thing.
No, I do not have any checks in my drawer.
Oh, that's good. That's
My point is that it's normal. That it's a normal accounting process. So that is what I'm saying. And so, but just talk about blaming people for the audit and these other matters and trying to say, what people have and have not done when you don't have a grasp of it yourself is very troubling, to me and very concerning for me. I will sow this,
I
my
just don't know
father,
who holds
do
that
whatever-
that amount of checks in a drawer.
do whatever you're going to do.
can we all do just one at a time? Can we all one at a time?
Do whatever you're going to do and do it.
You gotta raise that though. As the alderman, you have to raise the point on. You have to move up, ask that we move forward on the next issue.
All right, so, the next thing is Mr. Brett here. He had expressed he was going to come and talk about Hill Street or any of his
I'm not finished.
representatives.
We done?
Yeah, we gotta.
I'm not
Mr. Jones.
I'm not finished. If you,
Unless there, hold
if
on,
you.
Mr. Jones, unless there are other issues from other aldermen that are direct questions about something pointed. Yeah. In other words, you can't just.
Yeah, that's, thank you.
No.
All right,
Yeah.
so, we'll hold
If there's
the
specific
invoice,
questions though, so it won't be just-
and if you will let the vendor know, as to, what the decision was, that, Mr. Jones said that he would prefer that it be in the September, plank docket. And next, Hill Street, do you see anyone from his office, Ms. Jones?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay. All right, so we'll hold that. And then Ms. Jones, you asked as far as the next item, Ida B. Wells, Street, and you asked that that would be placed on the agenda.
Yes, ma'am. We have to make sure, once I contacted 911 and to get the addresses to be the same, it has to be north and south. It can't just be Ida B. Wells Street. If it's just Ida B. Wells, everybody's, address would change. So it needs to read north and south.
So an amendment needs to be done to the court.
Not an amendment, maybe, I think just a Scrivener's error on the motion, to make a motion that there was a Scrivener's error in the ordinance. I think if you,
And you still have to, I think you still have to do something with it, but I'll leave that. All right,
You want to re-raise the.
Can we go, I'm sorry, revisit? Can we revisit number 17 after this one?
yeah, we're coming.
Okay.
All right, item 18A.
So this is pertaining to the PUD and the Holly Springs Commons. We have a developer that is, interested in buying several lots out there. Some good things coming to the city, and that just needs to be changed. And if I'm speaking correctly, back in 2006, it was zoned as multifamily use. So this needs to be changed in order to allow. Please.
On behalf of the, Greg Gresham, broker representing the buyer and seller on this, the Holly Springs Common was multi-use that was done back in 2006 as a result of, Dr. Williams trying to do the hospital. And the strip center, AutoZone, all that was included in it with several landowners. We have a buyer for 147 acres. It's a mixed-use development with several different areas zoned for anywhere from, in planned unit development, from commercial to single-family, multifamily residential, medical use, and office and business use. And the engineer, Mr. Ben Smith, delivered to Ms. Lewis on the 18th of June, a request to take part of that commercial zone property that runs from Crescent Meadow north of Williams Clinic up to Peyton Road and make that residential use, which has been more in keeping with the stuff up on Peyton Road. And also requested that a portion of the property that is across the street from Williams Clinic and lies between Crescent Meadow Road and I-22, that it be allowed that, subject to MDOT approval, that billboards could be placed on that property there. And at the planning commission presented what we were trying to do. The initial phase going in would be across from Williams Clinic to develop an area for storage units and also for a transient RV facility. And that was approved by the planning commission, that as it was presented with the caveat that we presented, that Mr. Smith.
So that you won't have to come back to, let me make everybody aware of this. One of the engineers who was working with us, MS Pam Lewis, they contacted me earlier to advise me that some of the things that you all are presenting tonight were not the items that were presented for the planning board. They are asking that we not move forward until there is an opportunity to really look at it. Also, some of the area may include part of an area where the city received the grant. And so they are asking for the opportunity to review that as well, to make sure as to the grant funding that's tied to the medical facility zone. So they are not comfortable with it. They said, they talked about, well, in the detail, a site plan for commercial development needs to be submitted, and then it needs to go back to the planning board. So, they pointed that out to me earlier and said to not move forward.
Okay, Madam Mayor, the developer, we've been working on this and have been in discussions with them since May.
I wanted to make sure
And-
that that's the proper procedure.
Right, well,
That it needs to go, and then you
We're-
can't change.
we're not asking for anything changed on what is currently shown as medical district or anything that would affect the TIF bond financing. And
So,
nothing,
our experts are asking us not to move forward tonight based on the.
okay, well, we have a developer that is using 1031 money, that if we don't close on the project by Monday, he will have to pay the state of California over $500,000 in taxes, which is money he would like to use to buy this property and do this development, multi-million-dollar development, which would include what we were talking about, which is what we've asked for and what we presented to the board, what Lisa McCarter made the motion to approve, and the planning commission approved what we were asking for. And they've recommended the approval. But if he has to pay, if we can't close it on Monday, which is the deadline, then this very likely goes away. And we go back to good commercial land that's been sitting there dormant for over 15 years, remains dormant. So it's a question of, do we want the growth, the benefit to the citizens, the tax base that we have to increase the tax base of Holly Springs. We've got people that have already contacted me once they found out we had a buyer for it, and he's somebody that is looking at developing housing units where it's zoned for residential use, and has already had people contact him about building one particular individual and company is calling about one of the lots up closer toward where they built the new medical center to put in a 6,000 square foot building, and to develop a nice family type restaurant on. And I mean, so it's but at the same time, as we have told the city officials since May, we have a time constraint. And, this has been going on since May, and we presented the proposal on June the 18th.
I can't refer, I don't know as far as your conversation. I know what has been provided to me by our team member and by our engineer from It and Brett. I'm all in favor of growth and development, but we also have to follow the.
One of the things that Ms. Lewis said was changed was,
One of the things.
Just one at a time.
One of the things that I have is a duty to make sure that everyone knows everything, as we talk about transparency before they vote. It does not matter if it's the greatest thing since New York, and it turns out that we did not do it properly. Then we open ourselves up for other issues. So in the words of my mother, who turned 89 today, I had to just do my part, and that is making everyone aware of the email that I received and the concerns of Ms. Lewis, who's been with us for quite some time, and the engineer, Mr. McLeod, because I'm not familiar with all the details of the project. From what they told me, it sounds lovely. It's not that they have a problem with it. There are concerns about what was presented during the planning board meeting and concerns about what you have now. And then there are also concerns about whether or not part of that property was included in the area for the grant. We want to make sure that what we're bringing in, we want to plan it out. We don't want to just put something up. We want it to be something that our residents can use, that's going to be valuable, that will enhance our city, that aesthetically as well as financially. And so we're all for that. You can look around and see all the different smaller businesses that have come up. I'm excited that someone's interested in this area, but at the same time, we have to follow our own rules, because if we don't, and that's what they're telling me, that everything has not been followed.
well, we're following.
If I can say something
That's
real
my
quick.
piece on that.
Instead of an argument regarding it, can it go into, because it is a section that is protected under the executive section. If there's going to be a conversation regarding a possible add-on or change from what was taken at the planning commission, and if the planning commission takes minutes, then it should show whatever was shown, and that there has not been a deviation. If there has been a deviation, then I think the mayor's point might be well taken, but if there has not been,
There's been no
then-
deviation.
then it's something that could be discussed in executive session, because you don't want to get into.
Yeah.
Can Mr. Smith address this? He's the engineer that has done this work.
The motion was made at the planning commission, that, I would add only one thing to what I had presented to them, was a note saying that the billboards, were subject to MDOT approval. And the last submission I made to, Ms. Lewis, which were all purple bound, text and plans, was exactly what the planning commission approved. It has the note about the billboards and no other changes beyond what the plan commission approved. So saying that that there's been changes made since the planning commission approved it is not true. What she has is exactly what the planning commission approved, with that note added about MDOT approval for billboards.
I'll add in, Mr. Gresham and I have been in contact about this for literally since May. If we want things to come here, we've got to find a process that's quicker than 3 and 4 months. Because anybody that's going to come in here and you tell them approval looks like about a half a year, they're not going to come here. And I'm not blaming anybody for that. I know the workload tends to be a lot on everybody here. But you can't, if a developer can start a project in May and not have approval before September, we've got a problem. And I know we all want to say, you hadn't submitted this, you hadn't submitted this. I've talked with Mr. Gresham probably 5 different times when he's submitting something. And it takes forever for that response to get back on if there needs to be a change, if there needs to be anything else, which has been par for the course for a lot of things. So I've been deep enough in it. I'll make a motion to approve the decision made by the Holly Springs Planning Commission to change the PUD in the Holly Springs Common and to approve billboards subject to MDOT approval.
This is Ms. Lewis calling in, but there's a motion on the floor Is there a second? And then I'll put her on for the discussion.
I'll second. Here she is.
It's been moved by Alderman Teal, second by Alderman Shelf. Ms. Lewis, you are now on the speakerphone.
We're not allowed to speak after a motion is made. She shouldn't be able to.
This is the discussion period, yes.
You can call for a question.
So,
You can call for a question.
yeah. All right, go ahead, Ms. Lewis.
Stop this thing.
When I spoke to Alderman Tito back in May, Alderman Tito called about this discussion. The only thing that was brought to my office in May was Mr. Gresham was wanting to add billboard signs that was by Dr. Williams' building that is facing I-22. I'm listening to you. I already addressed you, Mr. Tito, when I explained to you that I had talked to.
Okay, so Ms. Lewis, the first thing, you're not going to speak to me in a manner where you're reprimanding me. Because you and I have talked on multiple things. So that, I'm done with that conversation already.
What we have to say, we don't allow billboards, first of all. We do not allow. But we did tell him that if MDOT would approve it based on MDOT approval first, we would allow it. He wanted us, he as Mr. Gresham, wanted us to take the initial step. We can't take the initial step because MDOT may not want those boards to go where Mr. Gresham is requesting. Okay, so when it came to the plan, our engineer gave him a letter. I will email all of you that letter in the morning. Okay, so now they come up and they want to do some more developing out at the flood here. Mr. Smith brought in the plaintiffs when you all were at the event. I told them that we have to wait until Mr. McLeod get back in town to thoroughly review and do it. Mayor Gibson allowed me to, I'm trying to help them. Mayor Gibson allowed me to have a call meeting, a special call meeting with the planning commission. We gathered them together. I spoke with them. I gave them the information, trying to help them. We don't want to deter anything coming, but we have to make sure things are in decent and in order and conform so that they won't come back to bite us as the city. It is my job to protect the welfare of the city. We don't want to deter anyone from bringing the business, but they have to present the information correctly. Okay, they brought the information. The only thing that they were requesting to do at that particular time was track 1, track 2, that was at the far northwest side of by Dr. Williams to put a subdivision. They made that plain and clear. That was commercial. The flooding area is not to be used commercial or residential, but they're ag medical. We have to make sure there are certain branches that are in place. We still have to make sure if you're not in permission,
she's talking about this is their radio zone. We didn't add it, the only thing we changed is right there. The whole change. Gave it that's 2006. Most of the family duplexes, and that's what she started complaining about. We emailed them here to let you know he won't respond to us.
They did not prevent it. Well, still not about. That part did not have to come up before the board. But if they would just settle down and allow us to out there, let's get them. You all change only thing that the president has to do, which is what our city engineer consulted for here, is to submit a site plan. How can you blinded to develop something if you all don't train, you have setbacks. You have to make sure that everything is people their time. There's other things that might have to make sure that have to come in place. And think of it, you just get started.
This is for the finance.
Well, once he comes and builds something that takes up the whole area, and he's blind, he just needs to submit a site plan. So that we can make sure what's happening for. Then, again,
Outer sex.
you build your house, and you not have to submit a site plan. And you not have to make sure your contract, make sure the setback and everything fell in place. And if they don't, then you come before the plan commission for a variance, for an additional use. Okay, so that was all paper approved. And this is what he was supposed to bring up the mayor board. But Mr. Michael, this is my call when I was here. He said, Mr. Smith, if you will go back, add to the text, and depending on MDOT the city will allow. They taking the first step. Mr. Ben, he didn't add that. But he brought a whole nother folder. So that was stating that he is amending that text. He brought a whole nother folder. The folder had, he done blacked out our table of uses where he added duplexes, which duplexes are not allowed. But we shouldn't even be discussing them because
We never asked for duplexes. That was that was multifamily was in the original PUD that was approved in 2006. We did not ask for any changes to that part of it.
that had other things on it. If we didn't allow that.
Lisa McCarter also sent me an email or sent me a text where she made notes of the motion she made on the night of the planning commission that was approved that reads, the text be amended as presented to show that billboards are permitted subject to MDOT approval. Lisa McCarter made the message. Here's the text she sent me earlier today that they approved.
Point of order.
Ignored at this.
This is why I was suggesting that it should have been an executive session.
We got 4 days to close it.
So,
That's why you can wait
Lewis,
for
and I
just a little while
appreciate,
to talk
you
about
calling in.
And you got something you want to see?
Concerned about, your office and, service.
It's on the site plan. That's the original before they did anything on it.
The gentleman has presented something.
And Lisa McCarter.
As a site plan, but he also considered
She sent it to me
not a
today.
part
She wrote it down
of the
before
current
she did
plan,
it.
but we will take a look at it. I will notify you, later regarding the, status of it, but, we have now, made,
To the plan commission, which is shared to me, Alderman Milburn has it, because she asked me about it, where he was convinced that Lisa Carter, we discussed that during, the planning commission meeting. Whatever we can do, but the copies, the system, we have no copies, but they have to submit the correct documentation.
okay, all right, well, listen, thank you, Ms. Lewis, and I appreciate you calling any of your concerns, and that's the concern, that I have, that if our staff engineer have concerns. Now you have made everyone, aware, of that, and I will definitely, get back in touch with you, regarding the status, okay?
So let me
Good.
address Ms. Lewis before she hangs up. Because one of the things I spoke with Mr. Gresham today concerning this situation, and one of the things I suggested, even from the planning committee, I sent texts and called to the planning committee, what I would like to see are the minutes to the meeting where they approved of whatever they approved. So that we can have that in black and white, and there's no ambiguity in terms of what was inside of the approval or what is added on or request to be added on. That was my thoughts, and I understand that you showed me that what you just showed in terms of what Lisa sent. However, even with Lisa, I asked her, do you have a copy of the minutes? Because that's what I would like to see. And even at that point, would like the attorney an opportunity to look at it and tell us move forward, go left, go right, whatever the case is. And I understand the deadline is Monday. But I mean,
That's correct. But one point, please, Ms. Merriweather. Ms. Lewis is saying that the engineer is saying we wanted duplexes and multifamily. We didn't address anything for that. That is the way his firm, by the way, the city engineer's firm is the one that developed that plan back in 2006. They are the ones that put the multifamily and the duplexes in it back then. We had nothing to do with any kind of multifamily or duplex. We didn't even address it. So I don't know how he can object to it now and say that's a problem when they're the ones that did it in the first place.
But if it's still in your plan, then it needs to be removed. But that's why I'm saying that we need to wait. There are too many questions, even from what you're saying, that brings the mayor and what she's saying, that we have to make sure, especially when it comes to land, that we follow.
I agree, Madam Mayor.
I'm
They,
excited about
but the site plan and stuff will come. We have a wonderful engineer here that will be developing the site plan for the individual projects. But we've got to, he's got to know that he's not spending over $1 million to buy property in Holly Springs, that they're going to say you can't develop it for commercial because these uses that we discussed in the planning commission meeting and the planning commission recommended be approved. And then we get to a city zoning office and they say, no, you can't do that. And that's why that is covered in what we presented to the planning commission under the guidelines that are in place for the city of Holly Springs on the zoning regulations with the PUD. I mean, this is a copy of what was originally presented. Mr. Smith has shown you the difference that was submitted as the revised that was requested. And we, requested to get on the, and she was talking about coming in June and getting the meeting. When we presented this to her, we were told that we could have a planning commission meeting the first week of July. That meeting was put off till the 20-something. It was in the 20th of July, which by the time, this board had met all it was going to meet in July, and we were pushed to August. And then he submitted the revised as requested for the first meeting this month, and they said, no, we can't put it on the agenda because they tried to change too many things. And so Ms. Lewis was going to meet with me the following day after the board meeting to see exactly what we needed to get this on this meeting's agenda, and called me and said, no, she couldn't meet with me the next morning because the mayor had called a department head meeting, and she would call me when we could get together to make sure we got on there. I never got that phone call. Mr. Smith emailed the engineer that she's talking to, Kevin McLeod, down at Elliott and Brett. He never responded. And then we get a call at the last minute, we can't be on the agenda and we can't get it approved.
So as a board member, now, I don't know what I still am back at square one. I don't mind approving whatever needs to be approved in terms of the plan. However, the only thing that I just want to make sure that we are approving what the planning commission has approved. And so
that's all we're asking for.
Yes. And so I know Ms. Lewis, she will be in the morning. I can guarantee that she's gonna look at it first thing in the morning. But I would like to see the minutes from the planning commission. What did the planning commission approve? What is legally approved? And then if that is what we're asking to approve, the planning commission has presented that or will present that to us. We're in the minutes or however the attorney says that we need to get that. And we have no problem. I don't have a problem moving forward, but it's based upon what the planning commission is.
Well, this board doesn't meet again till next month, and the deadline will have passed.
They can call a special meeting. If it's necessary, they can call a special meeting. So it's just a matter of. In other words, if they get the minutes,
they do have a motion. They do have a motion on the floor.
I've spoken to her more than once since May.
So let's say I was presenting to the board and provide this particular.
No, this is the first time, and Ms. Lewis is saying that, and Mr. McLeod, they're saying that it's something different. So,
yeah, he's
Are you
saying
referring to
that-
this board or are you referring to the?
referring to this board right here. Because he's saying that he's been trying to get on the agenda a few times.
get on there.
We were trying to get it done because we've been stating from day one how critical the time frame was to get this, either approved or if you can't do it. And we couldn't get a meeting. We gave the package that is required to the planning commission or to the zoning office on June the 18th. And we couldn't get a meeting till after the end of July, basically. And so we had the meeting. The planning commission made the approval, subject to one revision to allow billboards subject to MDOT approval, which he prepared and brought back. Then Ms. Lewis calls me or sends me an email the Friday before your previous board meeting at 4:56 saying we weren't on the agenda because they tried to change too much stuff, which we hadn't done. And one of the things they kept referring to was multifamily and duplexes. We didn't do that. That was in one of the addendums in this big package, but that was a copy of the original zoning from back when the PUD was put into place 18 years ago, not us.
But that's something though, that even when you presented it, it would have been great if you all had amended it to take it out. But what we'll do is we will get with Mr. McLeod and Ms. Lewis, and take a look at it. Now, that being said, there is a motion on the floor, that Alderman Hill made and Alderman Shep second. So what is your pleasure, board? You've heard the concerns of our staff, you've heard the concerns of the engineer, Mr. Kevin McLeod. What is your pleasure?
I'm more concerned with just the information because I have none of the information.
You don't have copies of it, and that's what.
That's my only concern is I don't have any information in regards to the matter. That's why I asked about, has it been presented as a body or some type of discussion in regards to the matter?
No, she had not presented it because she still had
This
concerns.
is
Normally, I'm talking, sir, normally she would have put a pack together and it would have been provided. The board would have been notified as to what the recommendation was, then presented with that, you would have had a copy, just like say for the liquor stores, that she provides those packs so you can see everything's been done. You would have gotten that on this one so that you could vote it either up or down. And so because she and the engineer had concerns, they felt like that it was not right to be on the agenda, so they did not present it. And he emailed me this afternoon, the engineer did try to stop it, so.
This is the plat of the whole place. This is where Williams Clinic is located, it's right here. The only thing we asked to change on this was this area, which under the PUD is on commercial. And we were very upfront with them. Right here, across from Williams Clinic, is the development, which is on commercial and shouldn't need any changes, is where the storage complex and the RV place was going. This area right here, which was on commercial all the way up to Peyton Road, we asked to be changed from commercial to residential. The planning commission approved it and recommended it, approved the recommendation, and we've been trying to get it approved or get it on the agenda here for 2 weeks, but we keep getting told at the very last minute that it's not on there. And now here we are, 4 days away from a deadline where this whole thing could go away if we don't get it closed. And all we're getting is, we get told we can't get on the agenda and they wait till the last minute to tell us.
Did you revise something in your plan?
No, we revised what the planning commission approved us to provide. No.
My issue is who determines what goes on the agenda and what doesn't. That's my concern. Because if a citizen goes through the proper channels in regards to requesting to be on the agenda for whatever particular reason, what are we using our own discretion, our own discernment in regards to placing those matters on the agenda? Had something been changed, if it was changed, it still should have been some type of discussion in regards to what this gentleman and developer is trying to do in regards to, whatever's happening. We shouldn't have to get to this meeting where we're 4 days out and then
The
in
only-
the corner to make a decision. Well, only thing I'm saying is we should have had a discussion, not just so much on your part, but so much, coming from the zoning committee in regards to what's happening, where this gentleman is trying to do X, Y, Z. That way we can be informed on what's going on.
And so what I.
The zoning,
If he's being denied to be on the agenda, there's no way that he can have the discussion before the board. So that discussion should have came from one of our departments.
well, they asked us to make one change. The planning commission asked us to make one change, which Ms. Lewis was there when they asked us to make the one change concerning the billboards. And this is the original plan that was presented that night. He showed the one in purple. That's the only changes made was relative to billboards would be allowed, subject to MDOT approval. And that was the only change that was made. That's what we were told to change and get back to the city so it could be placed on the agenda for the last meeting. And then everything would have been great. And I get an email from Miss Lewis at 4:56 on Friday afternoon that, it's not gonna be on the agenda because they asked for too many changes. And then Monday, we start trying to scramble to find what's going on, and we couldn't get it on the agenda, but in talking to Ms. Lewis, we would find out exactly what it had to be on so it could be voted on this time. And so we didn't go through what we did today by trying to get somebody to put it on the agenda for us. And
So let me say this.
we didn't get it on
No
today.
one, Alderman Jones, to your question, that, no one has denied a resident or a citizen from being on the agenda. This is not something that an individual can just walk up and say, I want their plan. It has to come through zoning. The reason I asked the gentleman as to whether anything had changed, and that put it back where it had to go through another process. This is a process for zoning matters and things that are coming out of planning to be on the agenda. So it wouldn't just be put on there. Let me get finished. It wouldn't just be put on there if somebody wanted to, or somebody wanted to make you all aware of it. When those items get on the agenda, they come as a recommendation from the planning committee and then from the department and the engineer. And so he's admitted that something changed, and that is why they held it up. And so we've gone through the process. I listened to you, and here we are.
I understand, but
And I'm going
that is not accurate.
You keep talking over, sir. You keep talking over. And we have a process. We have a process with our zoning matters, and it was followed. It may not have moved as quickly as you thought, but it went through the process. At this point, I'm not going to go back and forth. Ms. Lewis has called in and shared as far as the information that she had on it. Mr. McLeod has emailed about it. I'm going to ask at this point, everyone has the information that they need. I'm going to ask the board to let me know their pleasure. But no one, there was a statement that was made, no one is being denied being on the agenda. In fact, public comment is there, which I must continue to say that I placed there myself so that anybody can come and talk and speak if they want to. But when it comes to matters, exactly. When it comes to matters related to the departments such as zoning, because we did such an area that you have to be careful about, there was a process for it. And according to our team and the engineer of our team who's representing us, all of those steps were not followed. They were not comfortable with it. And so right now at this point in time, I'm going to ask this board, what's your pleasure?
The only revision made, ma'am, the only revision made was asked by the planning commission to be made.
Don't do that. Just
No, sir.
let him talk.
No more talking.
It'll take it to a vote.
It is now in the hands of the board. It is now in the hands of the board. It's now, I just did, Alderman Teal. I just did.
All I'm asking is
We
one
have
at a
to
time.
move
That's all. I
forward.
just don't want to.
We've gone back and forth. We've talked about this quite some amount of time. I'm putting it back in you all's hands as far as what is your pleasure. It is here, you have a motion by Alderman Teal, you have a second by Alderman Schiff. It is time to call for the question, as they say. So what is your pleasure? What's your pleasure? All those in favor?
Well, yes, I'm uncomfortable with making a vote at this time because I don't have any information about it. It seems as if they've spoken with Alderman Merriweather and Alderman Till. I don't I don't know anything about it.
Okay.
And I just may not be.
I understand. Roll call, please.
Information, but I
Alderman Fountain,
I can't make a vote, 'cause I don't have nothing.
Dane,
I don't know. I want to vote, I want the people. I know it's Monday.
It sounds like a great project, so, go ahead with your roll call.
Alderman Jones, Alderman Ship,
Cause there's no clarity back and forth, I like to see the school transparency.
Which would be a first.
Alderman Teal, Alderman Merriweather.
Would like for you to receive information from the planning committee. I want to review what they said, and now I know this is it's not yet.
We have to close Monday and have all the paperwork done by Friday, this Friday. Thank you.
Alderman Merriweather, your vote.
And what's your name, sir?
Mine, Greg Gresham, this is Ben Smith.
All right. I will, get with Ms. Lewis at some point tomorrow.
Thank you for calling me back 2 weeks ago when I left you a message too.
Okay, I'm not aware of it, but thank you for your positive attitude.
Well,
Welcome you to the city. Thank you.
I guess I made a mistake of trusting your assistant.
Everybody's vote is the same. Everybody's the same here, no special people. Next, we have public comments. First, we have Ms. Sandra Gibson. Gibson.
Good evening.
Come to the podium. Please state your name for the record and
My name is Sandra Gibson. Thank you for receiving me this evening, board members, as well as Madam Mayor. I have prepared some handouts for you. Ms. Jones, can you give each one of them to the aldermen? And I'm going to read something for you really quickly because I know I'm on time. This has been prepared by me on August 20, 2024. It is a request for assistance for resolution and intervention by the Board of Aldermen concerning my property located 379 Cuba Street there in Holly Springs, Mississippi, 38635, so it can be resolved. Presented by me, Sandra Gibson, the owner. On Tuesday afternoon, August 6, 2024, the code enforcement officer came onto my property without permission in any regard for the numerous no trespassing signs clearly posted. He entered the back gate and got out of his truck and immediately started taking pictures before saying anything to me. I was startled and I dropped the lawnmower on my foot, and then I began to I was removing from the rear of my truck. I limped down where he was and asked, "How can I help you?" The code enforcement officer stated to me that he had been sent over to get photos of my property and look at what I had done. He begins to tell me that I had not gotten permits prior to constructing several items on my property, i.e. the fence, the lean-to patio covering, the metal building, and the small porch. I told him that I wasn't aware that I needed them and to give me a minute to store the lawnmower, and I'll be headed up to zoning to get them and pay any fees and fines that may apply. He questioned if anyone was living in either the metal building or either one of the campers. I said no. Then he asked whose new Range Rover this was parked then and backed up. And I told him that it was mine. I purchased it. It was purchased by me for my daughter. I took it from her until she complied with what she needed to do. So I parked it there where it was in plain view of the cameras located on the property until I was able to give it back to her. But no one lives on the property, period. That includes either one of them, meaning the campers or the metal buildings or anything else on the property. He walked around to see for himself. I walked over to the door and I opened it and he saw that in fact that it was what I told him, a storage. And at this time, Mayor Gibson called his cell phone asking him the code enforcement officer, if he had gotten into the property and gotten the pictures. He said yes, and that and she told him that she stated to him to come on up with the pictures, and he told her that the owner was standing there, and was anybody staying there? He told her no. So and just to come on back, up to the city hall because they were ready to start the meeting. I asked them what meeting.
Yeah, I want to hear what she has to say.
Thank you so much. I do understand, Madam Mayor, that my 3 minutes, probably have expired, but I asked you, would you please allow me to continue? Because this.
Of the board that you continue.
Okay.
Please do brief.
Thank you. So basically, I'll just round it up. That's the purpose of me printing this off for you. I have been accused of having a formal complaint levied against me through the city hall for my property, in which I have not been told what my complaint is for. I've requested not only for a copy of the complaint, so I can have it within my own person, so I can read it for myself, have it checked by attorney to see is it legal, and to correct whatever it is that I've done wrong. I am a very law-abiding citizen. I try to pay my taxes and do what I'm supposed to do in good standing by my community. I was only trying to, once Mr. Bridgeford came to my property and let me know that I was not in compliance, to get myself back into compliance so there would be no issues with my property. Upon me coming up here to the city hall, I let the lady in the front desk know that I needed to speak with Miss Pamela Lewis in zoning to get my permits. She told me to have a seat. I had a seat. Miss Lewis came down. When she came out, she addressed me. She said that she was about to go in a meeting. I said, I came to see you to correct some things. And she said that to have a seat. I had a seat because I was intent to wait so I could pay my fines and whatever violation fees that had been incurred as well. And about 5 minutes after her going into Mayor Gibson's office, Mayor Gibson herself came out and told me that I would not be speaking with Miss Lewis, that I could not pay for my permits, that in this case, all she wanted from me was my name, address, and phone number. I asked her why did she need that, because if I was in violation of anything and a complaint had been levied against my property, that according to the ordinance that is standing on board, I should know right then what I need to fix, what I need to correct, outside of what the code enforcement officer already told me that I needed permits for, and which I had came to take care of. She would not answer my question and tell me what is it, outside of what Mr. Bridgeford told me that I was in violation of. She said that I would receive the letter along with whatever they found according to the ordinance in the mail. This all occurred on August the 6th. I have yet to receive a letter in the mail saying anything from the city or the mayor saying what I've done wrong that they found in the ordinance. So it led me or received copies of the ordinance, a copy of the complaint that's been levied against me, or been allowed to talk to Miss Lewis to get the permits that I'm needing, because Mayor Gibson told me that I could not talk to her. She could not talk to me. I have in fact spoken to Miss Lewis only because she didn't know that it was my number that called her. And she was just calling back because she said she missed a call from this number. And I was like, oh, this is Miss Gibson. I've already left you several messages. I'm calling to get my permits taken care of today. And she was telling me that she could not facilitate or finish what I was needing done with this matter because Mayor Gibson was handling it herself. And that is what she told me herself. She also said to me that she would be personally coming over to my property to look for herself. And my question, Mayor Gibson, and when I asked her, what are you looking for? What is it? Just tell me honestly and truthfully what you're looking for, and I will answer whatever you need to know. I have nothing to hide. If I had anything to hide, why would a person come up immediately upon finding out that they've done something wrong to try to fix it and correct it? I did not let any grass grow under my feet or anything of that nature. I had just 2 days before come back from Indianapolis, Indiana, where I have another business and another home. So I hadn't even been back long enough to know anything was going on. I continue to make it clear, no one lives on this property. I have a home in Olive Branch, Mississippi, in which I give her the address for to send me whatever correspondence she needs to. I have a daycare in Olive Branch, Mississippi. I have a daycare in Indianapolis, Indiana, and I was about to try to bring a daycare to Holly Springs, but if I'm going to be persecuted and dealt with, and just because somebody made an accusation, I'm looked at to be guilty without even the common decency of a question to say, Miss Gibbs, there has been um, a concern, a complaint levied. This is what it is. This is what they're saying. So can you give me some type of feedback on this? Can you answer this question for me? Because that is what normal people do. If you want to know something, you ask. It should not be, well, I got to look in the ordinance and find out, but I'm asking you questions concerning what the ordinance says, but you're telling me as the mayor that you don't really know. You got to talk to Miss Lewis about it because it's a zoning question. And I'm saying, let me talk to Miss Lewis. That's what I'm here for. But you won't let me talk to Miss Lewis. You've told me I can't talk to her. You've told her she can't talk to me. Not only Miss Lewis, Mr. Bridgeforth, the code enforcement officer, when I called him back, he refused to talk to me because he had also been told by Mayor Gibson that she's handling this case personally, that neither one of them can talk to me. Okay, on last Friday, I got a call from Mayor Gibson saying that she was on the street of my property where it was located, wanting to know if I was in the area that she could gain entry to my property, and I told her absolutely no. I got all those no trespassing signs out there for a reason. In my experience, being a homeowner on that street before my house was set on fire by the neighbors because I complained about having a known dope house across the street from me several times, that I couldn't just calm down. That I could not speak with the code enforcement officer or Miss Lewis. I had to go through her. My question to her on Friday was, what are you looking for on my property? Just tell me, ask me, and I will tell you. You try to get access to my property, Madam Mayor, and I don't understand to this moment, and this is personally directed to you. I don't understand what it is that you're looking for on my property. If I'm wrong, and this is the same thing I told you on the phone, please tell me what I'm wrong at and allow me to fix it. If it's an ordinance issues, that green book, brown book, red book is downstairs. You could have gotten it or let Miss Lewis told me what I was infraction of and allowed me to fix it. I am an upstanding person in this community. I don't backbite anybody. I don't do anybody wrong. I stay to myself. Allow me, please, to correct what it is that I've done wrong outside of not having those permits. Yes, I do have a tiny home. Yes, I do have an RV. Yes, I do have a camper. I work for American Red Cross once I retired from the military. I'm called out on casualty, trauma assignments all the time. I have one coming up in 2 weeks. I utilize those campers when I am on the road. That tiny house, that red building that you, in my view, have such a personal issue with, it's mobile. It's not connected to anything. It's, I can hook up and go with it. That was what it was created for. That's what it was designed for. That area. I just don't,
Here, and the board is extended your time.
and I thank you.
Alderman Mayor Weather had something that she wants.
And so this is, of course, in my ward, and I know Ms. Gibson, known her for years. And so, one of the things I talked with her today, it's not been busy today, it's stuff. But anyways, I spoke with her today, and the thing, is very similar to the other situation, what I've asked for is, and I've spoken to Ms. Pam Lewis, in terms of, and she mentioned something about R15, R13, what are the, rules or laws, like ordinances, like kind of jargon, that, according to the zoning, that are acceptable or required in that area. And that's exactly what I told Ms. Gibson today, that I would need to hear from Ms. Pam Lewis in terms of, and the board, in terms of what things or buildings or items or fences or, homes are allowed in that particular, what is it zoned for? I know it's residency, but there are still different levels to the residency. And so for my decision, and I understand you're talking about something a little different in terms of the permit, what is wrong, follow up, communication with you, so I get that. And I have a question about that as well. But in terms of my position with that, from Ms. Lewis, what are the requirements, what's allowed in that particular area? Is it R13, R14, or whatever the case may be? So that's what I'm waiting on from Ms. Lewis. And I'm sure to share.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Mr. Danny Lewis. Please come to the front, state your name.
This is our first hearing.
So what are you asking?
What I'm asking the board, if you guys would to intervene on my behalf and to help me to figure out by you guys asking the mayor, because obviously I can't get those answers. And from Ms. Lewis and Mr. Bridgeford or who else may have that information that I need, I want to pay for the permits. You've already told me that I'm in violation, that I should have had those permits. So allow me to pay them. You already said that I'm in violation of those. Allow me to pay those. And whatever else, this mystery shroud, smoke screen else that's concerning, tell me so I can be allowed to fix it. I never known for someone to be running down a creditor to pay them. Normally it's in the reverse.
Yes, Alderman John.
I hear her side. Can you tell me what's actually going on? Have you had any communication with her?
So, yes, not as to how she has portrayed it. For one thing, we did receive a complaint, and of course, normally I don't deal with public comment because that's what it is, public comment, and it allows people the opportunity to come and speak. Ms. Lawrence Gibson is well aware that the research, because I wanted to make sure as to it. So Ms. Lewis is looking into it. She has completed a draft of a letter, but I also asked her to provide copies of whatever ordinances or statutes there are. Our staff did not continue speaking with Ms. Gibson because she was irate. She was so loud that the other staff came out of the office. I will not have them exposed to that when it is not necessary. They asked her to have a seat. She continued. I went out, spoke with her. I asked for her information so that we could get it in writing at that time. We have a job to do, but people don't get to scream and holler at us. I did, and so I said to Ms. Gibson that I would contact her and give her a call, which I did later. When I called, it was not on her street. I was actually on Jarrett Street, at the house you and I had talked about. And so since I was out in the community, when she and I spoke, it was expressed that she said, when you come and look at it, you can see what I have. I had been by the property once based on the fact that another resident had contacted me to complain. So I did not go on the property because there were signs on the fence that said no trespassing. I respected that. I took a picture from the edge of the street, and then I notified zoning, and I notified code enforcement so that they could take a look at it. Did not know that they had gone out to it, and so I told them we needed to look, make sure you check the statutes. The smaller buildings and storage facilities is a little new, so they weren't able to tell me exactly. Because of the attitude and the response that Ms. Gibson had, I told them you need to make sure that you get it in writing and that it's clear and that it's consistent. We cannot treat her differently from anyone else, regardless of who complains about it. We have to be consistent and treat everyone the same. When I called Ms. Gibson when I was on Jarrett Street, she expressed to me that she was out of town, that she was in Olive Branch, and that she would call, and I said, well, are you comfortable with me going there? Because she had suggested that I come see for myself.
No, ma'am. Madam Mayor, no, ma'am. You're lying.
Why don't we do this during public
So
comments?
I did go, once she told me that, she was not there, I did not go onto the property. And so right now, I know that Ms. Lewis had put together, some information, but I will not have them exposed to people, being angry and screaming at them, as was done in the hallway that day in City Hall. I wish that we had.
And that is what cameras is for. And I really wish that we could get the footage for the camera so your your constituents can see the liar that you are. You are lying, ma'am.
Your time is up. Mr. Sanders, have a seat, because you know, you won't be.
It's no issue. It's no issue. It's no issue. I wasn't irate. I didn't get loud. I was following protocol. I was asked to take a seat. I was sitting down by myself. You're lying. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're rude and you're nasty. And I never knew you to be such a person.
Well, I've known you.
No, I've known you. I've known you. I don't have to go out.
Wow. Mr. Lewis, please come forward. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
It's gonna take me 20 seconds. Y'all gave me a bad case of gas. I don't need the mic. I'm Danny Lewis. I'm no stranger. I'm Pam's husband.
We have a letter that's in draft phase that's supposed to go out to Ms. Gibson so she can know exactly.
Right,
what's happening.
exactly.
Hey, George.
So you should be.
When will it go out?
From Ms.
It's probably one day this week, possibly from Ms. Lewis. Mr. Daniel Lewis, please.
To the August.
Mr. Lewis, please come forward.
To August.
Ms. Gibson, your time is up.
That long for the city of
Your time is up.
Draft up a letter.
Mr. Daniel, come forward.
I respect people, man. Matt Gibson, I don't like getting, I'm gonna say what I gotta say real quick. And my wife chose to keep this job. God bless her. I could say a lot more. But anyway, I'm here to request the use of the Courthouse Square on the east side facing Booker Hart Webb on Wednesday, September 18th, so I can just present another free meal to the public and to request emergency medical assistance and police presence.
Police and fire.
Yes, ma'am. Well, however, yes, ma'am.
All right. Is there a motion?
Ma'am, time's gonna be from 6 to 10.
What day is that again?
Wednesday, September 18th.
All right, is there a motion?
From 6 to 10.
Then I move to allow police and fire and emergency if possible to assist Mr. Lewis in a free concert on Wednesday, September the 18th, from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Did you say with road closures?
Yes, ma'am.
With road closure.
All right, is there a second?
On the east side.
Say.
It's been moved by Alderman Johnson, second by Alderman Jones. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? 5 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Next we have Ms. Johnny Houston.
And I apologize. I usually like to address the man before I come. All right. Thank y'all so much.
Good evening.
Your name for the record, and you
Yep.
have 3.
I'm gonna take, like Mr. Lewis, my name's Johnny Lester Houston, and actually I just signed up at 6:30 because it was just, item number 11 concerns me. And so I actually just came to see tonight. And I will say that item 11 has just about grown cold right about now. And so, and it's my oath, I've heard the word, my job, my duty, my responsibility, and mine is to try to avoid a human being cold. That's my oath. And so I try to do all my job is to pretty much sustain life. And item 11 just concerns me because we hashed out for, I heard Alderman Fountain say, which has been about 30 minutes or so. We just went back and forth about those Sky Cop things. And I don't know what it is that the city will choose to do, whether it's boots on the ground, new sky cops, or whatever the case may be. But I did hear Alderman Merriweather say, and I do agree with, that at City Trend, it's donuts everywhere. Matter of fact, I came out of City Trend, and they were going so fast in a donut fashion until I didn't know to go inside, back in the store, or do I go to my car? Because I thought if they hit that pole that they going around, it's gonna be pieces all over this parking lot. And I mean, if we have 8 sky cops already and only 3 work, I don't understand why we're paying $8,000-$10,000 to buy another one when we can repair those, or if they're not repairable, that's a whole nother story. But, and then we're putting them on the highway, tag viewers, whatever the case may be. But I only heard one subdivision, and that was Greenbrier. So it only involved one group of people, if that makes sense. And so we gonna get sky cops now. We're gonna talk about buying 8 sky cops at this big amount of money. If we're not using the one to monitor that we have, we just gonna let those 8 stay out there and then buy some more to incorporate into those that don't work. I mean, I don't see that. Because we talking a lot of money. And if we talk this much money, maybe hire some policemen. I don't know, do something different or monitor or something. But this is a lot of money to invest into a situation that you already have the equipment for if it's repairable. 6 years is a few years on it, but still, that's a lot of money. A couple of policemen, I don't know, $10,000, $300,000. So we got 8. What's wrong with repairing those if they are repairable? But we're talking about out at the roundabout. We're talking about at Sam Coopwood. I'm talking about life. I'm talking about life. We need to do something for the protection of our citizens. Now, we've had in 6 years with those sky cops, and we have no data, Alderman Jones. They said they had no data. So 6 years, no data, that means no monitoring. So what have we accomplished from the sky cops? I appreciate you. I thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, next, Mr. Delbert LaShure.
How y'all doing tonight? I got a few concerns, to be honest with you.
And please state your name
Oh.
for the record, and you have.
My name is Delbert L. LaShure from Holly Springs, Mississippi. And one of my concerns, I hope I can do this pretty quickly. One of my concerns was about the opera fund. And I keep hearing people talk about cutting right away with that, and there is no way that that's eligible use to use opera funds. So I would hope that that conversation would stop, because it would be outside your jurisdiction for number one, and water and sewer and broadband was the only infrastructure uses for those opera funds, not electric distribution or anything like that. But so I would just hope that this board will look at following the recommendations of the mayor, which would be to continue with the sidewalks, to do something with that Sims building over there and have a real impact on the kids over there in that ward. And I would definitely want to speak about the entitlement. We had somebody that walk up here tonight and just was basically disrespecting the mayor and Miss Lewis because he was a white man named Grisham. And he don't get to do that, y'all. He shouldn't do that, and you all shouldn't allow him to do that. Just because he's a white man with the last name Grisham. You don't get to disrespect nobody here. He's not entitled to that. And so at some point, we got to be men, especially you two black men that's sitting up here, and really stop that type of behavior when you have folks coming in here disrespecting folks. It's an insult to some of the things that we've been through as a community in Holly Springs, Mississippi. See, I'm from Marshall County. I was born and raised here. And to allow certain people to come up and just say anything just because there's a white man named Grisham and be disrespectful, is an insult to us. And so I would just hope that, you all kind of be aware and cognizant of who's in this building when that is going on. Because a lot of us, I mean, there's a lot of us that's out here that simply is not going to keep tolerating that, no matter what his name or what his color is. But again, I just hope that you all take a good look at that ARPA fund, and the eligible uses of that, and nowhere in those eligible uses would you find that electric distribution is a part of that infrastructure, and it's outside the city limits, which would mean that it would be outside your jurisdiction anyway. So please, 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 use those funds according to the law, and it has nothing to do with right-of-way cutting. And oh, by the way, your guys just said that Wayne Jones was talking about substations. When you talk about sewer, it's called a lift station. It's not a substation. So please make sure that when you have, no, it's not whatever he's called. You sound as stupid as he do.
Under, Friday, my comment.
Mr. Ricky Ramey, he said that he needed to leave, and so he had signed up. The next matter that we have is item number 19A. I believe Alderman Schiff, that you presented this, police training.
I would like to make a motion. We just had this individual who constantly speaks out very rudely. I know I'm gonna ask again if he could be banned from the meetings. He needs to be put, because he's not coming for a resolve. He's coming to antagonize, particularly the board members. He just called out 2 African-American brothers on live, right here in our board meeting. That is what should not be allowed. He sat back there tonight when we were voting, making comments, speaking all out of his head, antagonizing, giving weird looks to the board members, threatening them, harassing board members. I've made this statement before. It is illegal to harass and to threaten elected officials. I have brought this to the attorney's attention. Now, I don't know how much more we're expected to take. The citizens have hired us. They have voted us in to be their voice at the table. What do we do when there's an individual who is illegally trying to suppress and stop the voice of the Board of Aldermen in an antagonistic, threatening manner?
The First Amendment protects brilliance and protects ignorance. And it never balances the two. So he can speak. You can't ban him. I mean, that's the bottom line.
Well, there has to be something we can do. What's the resolve? So I'm talking to the city attorney.
Well, if he speaks out of term or does something illegal, then you can ban the conduct or whatever to the conduct, but you can't necessarily
So
ban a person.
what are our alternatives? That's what I'm asking.
That's what I'm saying. If he breaks the law, then you enforce it. If there's a direct threat to you and you want to enforce the threat that's made to you, you can do that at any law enforcement. But as far as banning him from a public building, he has the right to say whatever he's going to say at a public building. Now, you can cut off the ability to have public comment legally if that's what you want to do. But I think that even though there are times where it gets kind of heated, I think that the public comment overall is something that's,
The heatedness is not my issue. I don't mind anyone voicing their opinion, but no one is going to sit here and antagonize this board. This man has, even from sitting in the room, he has caused a disruption in our thought process. How can we make sound decisions? He's back there like a child, 2-year-old, 2nd grade kindergartner, throwing up middle fingers, licking his tongue out, saying, I got you, you just wait. I'm gonna do this, and then, just like he's doing now, he needs to be removed from this room.
I'm gonna
He
say
needs to
this,
be removed
that
from this room.
Mr. LaShure, we also have to be.
That trick doesn't work, so.
As we deal with individuals.
That trick doesn't work, you're a trick.
At the same time.
Yes.
I want a point of order as well.
At the same time, hold on just a minute, officers, because this works both ways. And so if there's a threat made, then people need to file an affidavit or a complaint. But a threat is not someone telling you that you're not voting properly. Now, I sat here this evening with several people who spoke to me a lot worse than anything that Mr. LaSure did, and no one said a word. From Mr. Grisham talking over me back and forth, to Ms. Gibson and the stuff that she was saying and constantly talking. But I also heard certain board members referring, I heard you, even Alderman Meriwether, point of first, I believe the word you used was stupid and dumb. We also cannot use this verbiage. We also have to give, we also, not to me, no ma'am, not to me, but to Mr. LaSure when he was talking. So we also have to.
Oh my God.
We also have to respect.
Earlier.
We also have to respect people when they come before this board. It works both ways. And people who are in attendance, they do have to follow the rules. They should be quiet. We also should be quiet and respect one another. There are times when I am talking and there are board members who are talking over me, making jokes, talking about something's ridiculous. There is a lack of respect. And so we have to stay on the agenda. And as far as public comment, it was put there so that people could come and express themselves. I'm glad to hear Attorney Carey say that it was a positive thing. Because sometimes we have to say,
problem with that.
I don't like when people come sometimes and some of the things they say, or even when some people are outright lying, as my mother would say. But still, it is an opportunity for people to be heard and some good comes out. But if people tell us the truth about ourselves in certain situations, we may not like it, but that does not mean that there's a threat. And I will say to you, and Attorney Perry will say to you as well, be careful as to what you characterize and be honest about a threat and saying things that are illegal against individuals when you know that that has not occurred. Someone reminding you of your situation or charges or crimes about yourself is not a threat. And so
I would just like to say, we are getting away from the business of the city. And I would like to stay on track. I know there is no growth, there is no order in chaos and dysfunction. And I would like to stay on target and continue with the business of the city.
I appreciate that, Alderman Fountain.
That's what we all,
but I want to make
Yes.
sure
not
that
gonna
we're all
Now then,
and we all need to behave accordingly. So item 19A, police training, if we can move to that.
I move to authorize Chief Darrell Warren to attend the Emergency Services Administrative Professional Association 2024 Annual Conference, September 4th through 6th in Nashville, Mississippi, with a registration fee of $275 plus hotel and hotel.
I second.
It's been moved by Alderman Schiff, second by Alderman Fountain. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes, 4 ayes, 1 absent, in Jones. Item number 20, approval of the August 6, 2024 regular board meeting minutes.
I move to approve August 6, 2024 regular board meeting minutes.
Second.
It's been moved by Alderman Schiff, second by Alderman Fountain. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes, 4 ayes, 0 nays, 1 absent in Jones. What we had left, Alderman Fountain, you made a motion earlier regarding item number 11, Skytop camera. What's your pleasure? At this point, you ask that it be held and that we come back to it.
Excellent, but I still would, understand what the lady said, and she's absolutely correct. She's like 100% correct. We need to fix the ones that we have, that we're gonna utilize them. I also think that we should incorporate, others, if that's what the chief is requesting that we do. I think we should just do, I said four, let's just do four.
Okay, so
Let's
is
just
that a
do-
motion?
Yes.
Hold on, so are you gonna include in your motion to fix the ones that exist?
Yes, that was in my original motion.
That's part of it.
That was in my original motion.
Because we're buying them outright,
Right.
my understanding, the monitoring is on us at that point, correct?
And we have to pay for it.
So how, where, and Chief, I'm asking, because I'm clueless when it comes to this, is that a system that's installed at the police department and, or is that something, when something occurs, you have to put a request in to SkyCop to get that information? How does monitoring it work?
You can look at it every day and see if it's working or not.
But I'm saying, is it in-house, where?
Yeah, and detective division, they monitor it daily. But if it goes offline, something happens, so you have to call the SkyCop company out, and they have to.
They will come repair it. That's one of the things that I requested when I first came in was someone to make sure that they monitor that every day throughout the day so that they know as to whether it was up and to notify us. At that time, of course, Brenda Neal was here. But to notify us as to whether or not they were down so that we could make sure that they were properly maintained.
Don't you have to have but you also have to have a person, like if there's something that happens on the north side of the street and there's a call in from an officer and if it's pointed south, you have to have a person to turn it.
Well,
Turn
they
the
have
camera
3
on.
cameras.
This is real time.
They have 3 cameras to them where they see in the different areas. When they come up, they're set in, so they'll see from this side of the street and this side of the street if there's another direction. That's kind of.
Okay, so it's automatic.
So they don't just look in
Yeah.
one way, they look in both directions.
They scan.
That's why you're
They're
trying
doing
to
it
have
up.
it
Okay.
up as high as you can,
Yeah.
so that they can see more.
I got that system.
How many you think you want, or do you want them, or what you think? Because the reason I downscale back is because on these highways, they don't need a SkyCop, they need a
Tag reader.
Right. So that's why I scaled it back from 8, but what do you think what is the number that you? Are you requesting?
Yeah, right now, 4 would be good right now, and then repair the existing ones that we have.
Okay.
You got
We have
it.
12.
Because like still option.
We have 12 in this little bitty city.
Yes,
Well, because of where some things are, is that motion 4?
Yeah, my motion still stands with the,
4, okay, is there a second?
Repair.
and repair.
Okay. All right, the move Alderman Johnson, second by Alderman Teal, all those in favor? All those opposed?
And did we addendum
4 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 absent in Jones.
As we identified where the funds will come from? What, 4?
I'm hoping they'll come in when budget time comes. Oh, it'll be a new budget. Well, we don't have.
So we'll look at and see, like I said, there's some that we may be able to utilize, because 2 of those we talked about was the parks where we've had some incidents at. And so, we'll get with Ms. Jones to make sure as to where those come from. And then, let's see what we talked about, and so,
we get a PO.
and then we're gonna hold item number 16. All right, I believe there's a matter, I just saw something that someone had regarding a personnel matter.
No, yeah.
What's that,
I'm
Chief
trying to get a PO for some purchase of some tires.
That Ms. Jones and I talked about this earlier today. And so my question was as to whether or not it was in the budget. I had not looked at it, but you're welcome to go that route if you'd like. That's on you.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we need, that's necessary, we need a PO for the purchase of those 2 new tires it's gonna be on one of our new vehicles, The tire's worn, you can see the thread in the tire, the front tire, just the two front tires are worn.
Check the lease agreement. You mentioned it was on some of the new vehicle. Is it one of the new sevens that we
Yeah,
brought in?
one of the new vehicles.
Check the lease agreement to see as to what we
Yeah.
cover.
Well, it's not covered because I took my vehicle over there and they repaired it, but they said we don't have any tire coverage on the only thing I just had they just did a patch on it when I took it over there, but they just did it out of courtesy. They said we don't have any tire coverage on the vehicle. So we'll have to purchase those ourselves. So I just wanted to be courteous and send you
Well, you have to call me if I haven't responded to you, because when I see them, I'll respond. So the next time, you contact me, but she and I actually talked about it later this afternoon.
So what is your?
Same number, 662-544.
He has some,
Where we get,
his repair and auto.
we have a fund thing.
Yes, he does.
I move that we allow, the Holly Springs Police Department to purchase tires. Just say who was from, full function.
Holly Springs out next door to the police department.
These,
It's
That's-
Holly Springs discount.
Holly
Yeah.
Springs discount
Yeah.
tire center.
Are they brand new tires?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
For
second.
$10.
Yeah.
You need this many dollars, even just for us.
Yeah, that's for y'all.
You should only need $410.
Yeah, just 14.
Yes.
Mountain, and it was second by. Your second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Merriweather. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 4 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 absent, Ms. Jones. Next, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Before we jump into that, I know we got the board office report. What Mr. Rainey was here for, he was gonna ask for the ditches on South Center Street to be cleaned out. Keeps flooding on Lee Mack because of the ditches not being cleaned out, so that's why he's here, but yeah.
All right, is there a motion to go into closed session?
Madam Mayor, Mr. Jones would like to.
What is it related to, Mr. Jones, so we can see if it's an executive session matter or not? What might it be?
This is my 60-day assessment of my time as a utility department. It's got nothing to do, I got a personnel matter later in the executive session.
So why don't you do that at the next meeting, like
No,
up front?
I want to do it tonight.
So
because
everybody
want-
here, I beg your
I
pardon?
want to do it tonight if
I
I
beg
can
your pardon?
afford, because I
I
didn't
beg
get a
your
chance
pardon?
to do it. I didn't get a chance to
I
do it
beg
at
your
the
pardon?
August 6th board
I
meeting
beg your
because I
pardon?
didn't
He asked
understand.
if he could do it tonight.
I beg your pardon, I don't understand. You said what?
He asked if he could do it.
No, no, I'm asking him.
I want to give my 60-day assessment of my time at the utility department.
How long would that take?
Because I have some ask as far as what I think I need to do the job, as far as, I gotta have access to the bank account. I gotta have, I wanna get an engineering firm in place. I wanna ask for the money again for the cutting of the right of it.
So how long would it?
It's probably gonna take me at least 20 minutes.
That is an hour.
That needs a special setting. So just, to do it.
If I had been made aware of that, I would have had it on the agenda. Do I ask, because I'm gonna need to leave shortly. And so I'm gonna ask for, the closed meeting, and it's be in September.
Yes.
And this is September, and I'm gonna have to step out.
All right, so would it matter for the executive session we have, Mike?
I just saw one, that he had, and Mr. Jones mentioned that he had, so that's at least 2. And then, there's 3 because there's, some real estate, that I wanted to mention. So that's 3 matters. I know that for myself, that's gonna be short. It's gonna make y'all aware, and then you're gonna say yay or nay, we'll keep it moving. As far as the others, I saw something here, I'm not sure that's exactly, I have not received it, looks like somebody was appealing, a termination. But I have, oh, you brought it to me, thank you, Alderman Shep brought it to me, that's very kind of you. So I'm not aware of it, but I did see it next to you. So, so that was one that I saw. Okay, so do you? And so, Mr. Jones mentioned that he, I was running, so.
I think it's only fair and we expect Mr. Jones to succeed and do a job out there that we're paying him to do, but we are allowed to listen. We've been listening all night. So, you know, it's.
Came up a while ago and talked quite some time.
Yes. Yeah. Good.
So, have we been aware of it's been properly put on the agenda? And that is something that as we talk tonight about different things, it is important that people do things decent and important properly. That should have been provided to me first. That way I would have known, I would have gladly put it there. This is something that Mr. Jim Smith, who God bless him, is not here tonight, has been requesting a report from Mr. Shaw. And so I'm glad the one is here. I already know Mr. Myers is, but go ahead, Mr. Jones, you got 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Set the clock, Ms. Jones.
Yes, ma'am.
Because it's now after 8.
This is my 60-day assessment, Mayor and Board. As the general manager of the Holly Springs Utility Department, I have a duty and a responsibility to oversee all electric, gas, water, and wastewater services, including but not limited to operations and maintenance, human resources, planning and organization, engineering, facilities management, customer service, accounting, and public relations associated with the delivery of services to HSUD customers. HSUD serves the city of Holly Springs and parts of Benton, Marshall, and Lafayette counties in Mississippi, and Fayette and Hardeman counties in Tennessee. We fall under the TVA umbrella and are subject to the rules and regulations of the Mississippi Public Utilities Commission. We are in a unique position, but we are not alone. After approximately 60 days, about 2 months of working in this position, my career engineering and management experience working in multiple industries has led me to the following conclusions. Leadership and technical competence are 2 essential skills necessary to manage a municipal utility. To be an effective manager of a municipal utility, one must have sound decision-making ability grounded in technical experience. It is evident to me that HSUD has not been led by effective technical experience. Effective technical management for the last 3 years and for a considerably longer time. However, I prefer to focus on the solutions to our current predicament. One is bound to make mistakes when managing a municipal utility without technical engineering experience. Managing a municipal utility requires one to know their own strengths and weaknesses, engineering critical analysis, and the ability to communicate and build relationships while recognizing the complexities associated with risk analysis. And no one can hide their mistakes when managing a municipal utility. As a result, HSUD's capability and equipment are not adequate to service our customers in a way that we would like to because of the lack of technical expertise and leadership in making decisions at this utility department. And I'm going to give you a couple of examples. Lack of communication of critical information.
Hold on, Mr. Jones. If it's a good personnel, you have to go with it.
This is not personnel.
Oh, I thought that you.
No, this is not personnel.
Litigation regarding the utility.
Okay.
We have the Public Service Commission that has consulted out, as well as some other matters. And the things that you are saying now in your brief time period with us are things that are going to have ramifications far beyond this meeting. So I am going to insist that this be done in executive session for anyone who cares about this city and this department. You are doing a great job for those who sent you to us, Mr. Jones, as far as destroying this utility department. And all of these things that you are saying
That's
right
not,
now, these things that you are
understand.
saying right now
Let me just
are
calm
things
down.
that should be said and addressed in executive session if you, as the leader of that department, have any concerns about it. And so I'm going to ask one last time that this matter be done, and if you have it written out, provide everybody with a written copy of the report. Never have I seen or heard anybody who works for a company do such a thing. Never have I.
Can I just a point of personal privilege as it relates to what, the job that he's done and job performance, I think that would have to be an executive session or department head meeting. But I think that was probably not within the bounds or what have you at this time regarding Mr. Jones. He's been working diligently and trying to do, and there might be an honest disagreement regarding what course, but as far as his capabilities and what he's been doing, I think that's less than fair to say that it's not been where it should be right now, or that, and particularly to destroy something that he's been called upon that's kind of complicated to deal with. So, and if that's the opinion, it should come in that.
Right. We definitely will have to disagree on that. My issue is with the statements and the forum, that if it was done in good faith, as we all know, that it would be done in a different form than here. So that is my concern, Attorney Perry.
Yes, ma'am.
As to the presentation and where it's being done. And it is also being brought, those are quite some serious statements and accusations that he's making. And so I have a lot of concerns regarding that, especially with what we're dealing with the public service commissioner, as well as TVA, whose umbrella we don't fall under. They serve as us.
Well,
They're our vendor.
So,
TVA 's
Mr. Jones wanted to
contract
present it in executive session, and he was told to present it out here.
To present a report that's a status regarding services or regarding right-of-ways, et cetera, would be something that would be here. Now, what can happen is, since he wrote his report, is to circulate it with the Board of Aldermen to make a decision, and with the mayor and Board of Aldermen, what I should say, and to make the decision on whether or not there should be redactions and things like that before it could be, before you make public persons, particularly if there's something with the sub-management or the management that would fall under the general managers. If there's criticism regarding individual job performance, that does not need to be at this table.
I got some asks, then some requests from the mayor and board as far as the utility department is concerned, that you need, that involves funding and money and equipment, things like that.
If you could please, if it pleases the board, if you could include that in your budget report, because we need that report so that we can go through it and make, because we're getting ready, we're in budget session now.
Okay.
So if you would include those asks in your budget report, and you'll have an opportunity to come before us and explain to us what the needs are and specifically why, if that's okay.
Well,
Those asks.
that the current state of the utility department, as far as the accounting is concerned and the money, I am not going to have a budget until the books are reconciled. That's what the accountant has told me. I asked them about, I need to come up with a budget. They said, you don't need to be making any budget. This is what the accountants that come, one from TVA, one a financial expert and accountant from TVPPA. And they both told me the same thing, that you, sir, are not ready to make a budget because you don't know where your funding is coming from. You don't know, your accounts aren't reconciled, and you have to take care of these accounting problems. So, Dr. Merriweather, I have no problem with doing that, but it's going to be after I get a budget. Like I said, we pay priority items as far as what gets paid for from the utility department now because of this. We are ready to pay half, 50% of the $900,000 that we owe to, because we missed the two $2.1 million payment to TVA. We're prepared to pay half this Thursday, and we're gonna make our payroll. But that's what the accountants told me today that we can do. I'm listening to the accountants as far as the budget is concerned. Now, I intended to come here tonight to talk about my 60 days and as far as what I'm trying to do, what needs to be done so that I can do the job that you hired me to do and paid me to do to manage the utility department. I am running into the proponents of histories of bad decision-making and people not having the technical expertise making the decisions and running a utility department, and this has to stop. Now, I don't want to rehash the past. I just simply want to speak the truth. The integrity, the honesty, the commitment to this job that I'm here. I asked for this job several times, and that's all I'm doing here is what you paid me to do. I have the engineering experience, I have the management experience, and I have the wherewithal to get it done. And I don't mind working with the mayor, the board, or anybody else who wants to do this work, but I am not going to pretend to go along, to get along, and to do things that are incorrect and that are not technically sound. Unsound decision-making is what got us here. And people not willing to see that when you make a mistake, nobody gets a job where you can't make a mistake. That's uncalled for. Mistakes were made, and all we have to do is say, hey, I need some help. Let's settle this. Let's figure this out. But you have to use facts. I have numbers. I have the facts. I know how much right of way we've cut up to now. I know how much right of way we need to, the miles that we need to cut. I know we're not cutting enough. And I know we have problems that need to be addressed. And pretending that, that everything is all right and how we got this way is by people not communicating with each other. And these problems are systemic throughout the utility department. It starts at the top with the leadership. And if you don't have the right leadership, then things fall apart as far as the chain of command is concerned. The chain of command is non-existent in the way that people work out there and the way they do things unsafely, not wearing your harnesses, cutting right away without chaps on. It's unconscionable how people can do things like that, but it's all got to do with starting at the top and how they look at their management and how the management sees themselves and how they see each other. I am trying to create a cultural change. And
hold on, Ed,
And I'm gonna say this, you mentioned several things. I'm gonna say this, the fact is also that with the skilled people that we had, the technical people with the real degrees in accounting from the University of Mississippi, with those individuals who worked with integrity, who worked with compassion, we've never had it where we did not pay TVA. And we had some big payments for TVA, even through the storm. The accountant who was here with the skills, the expertise, and the education, and the technical ability was able to make sure that all the payments were made. Only when you came and stopped people and insisted that no actions were taken until you decided was that payment missed. And when it was presented to you, you failed to act, and that's when that happened. So now we're going to talk about that, and let's also talk about as far as the PPE. You're right, it starts from the top. It starts from the top, but you also must wear a hard hat when you go into different areas. You set the tone. You wear the safety equipment as well, just as you talk about them. And also, as you mentioned, as far as mistakes, yes, everybody's entitled to a mistake. That's why even the day when you did disappear and didn't do, no one blamed you for it. We knew that it was probably overwhelming for you because you hadn't experienced it.
What?
And so it was taken care of. So
Disappeared.
it's important that, you talk about different things, but there is blaming going on regardless of how you present it, but this is not the form for
Mayor
it.
Gibson, can we,
This is
can,
not the
can we,
form for it.
can we
So
go
you
in the
fill
back?
it out, I got to give it back.
I think you gave it back. Can we go into the executive session? Yes, ma'am. Let's go, and make, just to make the decision if we're gonna do it.
I have a question, because I'm still.
Can we do it all before we see?
I have one question to ask. Okay, all right.
All just.
I got numbers.
If
700,
if you'll circulate the numbers.
700 open purchase orders.
Payments
Right.
that were made.
$3.5 million in unresolved work.
I can
Resolve the
guarantee
reports.
that the board will allow you to present your report.
Right.
So
We just circulate it right now.
anything personnel is done in the executive section. I want to.
This ain't
Is there a second?
Yeah, but it's still gonna
Is
be
there a
litigation.
second? It's been moved by Alderman Ship to go into closed session. It's been seconded by Alderman Merriweather. All those in
Yeah,
favor?
topic.
Aye.
Get your
All
consent.
opposed?
Let me see, it's talking about,
3 ayes,
this is all.
0 nays.
No, then,
Absent
ooh.
and Seal and John. All right, let's go into closed session to determine the need for executive session.
I wrote it all out.
Listen, give me the pages that you want them to consider.
Okay.
Here.
1 second.
Yes, sir.
Oh. I'm getting excited. Oh, yeah, these are my asks that I didn't get to.
Yes,
I need to do my job.
You got a copy of the structure.
It's not the one that we put
Let me see the old one, if I can.
Okay.
And I'll put on it if this is not one. With you.
Oh, this is something, see, now, this has got to do with that thing Miss Annie Mason.
Personnel?
Yes.
The board voted to go into executive session to discuss personnel matters in the police department, personnel matters in the utility department, prospective litigation in the utility department, and also a real estate matter. We appreciate your patience. Okay. Okay. I have one time. Oh, learn. I can't do. When do you? Oh, yeah. Oh. And you talk there. What is that? I'll do it in this place. I'll see. Okay, let me tell you back on the move. Yeah, I'm like, they must have looked not made it, she don't know it. Then the two. Yeah, So you think, I don't know, maybe I'll try to get a computer, if you're gonna camera and that. You know, everybody come. Sergeant Poplar? How much further can it go? I know.
Right, yeah, trying to hang in. Oh,
I'm trying to take, make it to the
yeah, that's what I do.
I mean, y'all can live off.
Yeah. Right now. Oh.
And they working off on all streets. Right, right. And nobody was struck with, those hard shots, right?
Yeah. In the same spot this, to read, those things.
Well, they went on street side, they weren't having that down there on the streets up in front.
Yeah, it was, yeah, I was on the south line.
Oh, Charlotte, is it same boat?
Yeah, that's awful. Awful, Los Angeles.
Moss.
Yeah, I mean, but I might get off in it right before you get to the dead.
Yeah.
That's the same there. No,
I remember the girl got confused down there, somebody shot through the house.
yeah, so you know.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's the last.
We both shut up, let's see it.
So it's
Right, right. Yeah. Right. That was about, besides, I'm trying to get cancer, but all of it's saturated. Yeah, one just having a good time. Mostly. Oh, good. Are these outside coming in? How about the people that? See, Ron? That's one that you on. Okay, how they do? Oh, scrap. I just. Yeah. I think. Arrest.
This happened. Did you guess that you? No. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, okay, John, see, that's what you're.
John.
That loss. Are they trying to know those?
They clear about it.
Oh, okay. So those in your own.
Yeah, yeah.
It's all approved. Okay, will it be on the bill? Oh,
You'll give us some.
well, I know that y'all talk about have fun. And so that's really, that's what I'm trying to communicate with you about that night, but I want to get. I just didn't think that's what, of course, y'all talk about. You think they just time forward to put that? Money to do it. It's to have. Okay, thank you. Yes.
They said. I get it.
I could hang out down there, I ain't voting, nobody will know that. Oh,
Looking like they.
well, I know they're not going to stop. You suggest them on. The folks that they do. They look like them too.
You know, me and later on, a few years like they came up. But they, too. Yeah, you know, so.
I mean, for your, for y'all, what that is. Okay.
Years ago, you couldn't win.
Oh, I know, you had all those.
You couldn't, the mustache.
Hey, that. So, this part, this. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Twist style, huh? And they get in uniform.
Never seen officer deal, right? And then they make the beach. Yeah, she done.
Oh, yeah, what was the first? What? Tanisha.
You know, I'm at the girl station.
Yeah.
Yeah, have y'all heard from her anything? Yeah.
So I see it. She came, she was up there, she came up there about a couple of weeks ago.
Hanging, said hello.
Yeah.
Y'all have a good night, again.
Have a good night.
Appreciate
All right. See you.
you.
Mr. Jones? Mr. Humphrey, I thought you were a friend. You hear me, Mr. Humphrey? I thought you were my friend and I ain't hear it from you.
Oh, I didn't. Well, I was wondering if you was here. I mean that. I'm sorry. How you doing?
I'm fine. I'm my favorite in that. Oh.
Well.
And then I want to know. Yeah. Stand up, so you keep on standing up, so. I'll be out here trying to help up to the center.
You might look at way, so I didn't know right after the thing.
I didn't know,
So,
I didn't know it was coming up to 5 o'clock. I was spent. Did you hear me answer? And while ago.
okay, now, I know you. Yeah, checking, but it's very fun. No, you call.
So, you've been about it for some people.
I'm gonna do it.
All right.
I definitely will. See about you.
Well, I don't think, when you hear it, they come again. You don't think you.
I think you that. Well, there's a lot of that true.
They can see us what they use.
Well, but
Sometimes it's just like a little bit. I don't think they're good, they're going fine for. I'm working on
and,
yeah, for.
yeah.
Yeah, just papers for.
Well, we've been doing what we try to do, keep the battle on and try to get through it. I don't know what it'll be, but we're trying to back to it. It's the same, you know, like that, we could get the job with up in the budget, you know, or in short notice, you know. It's been coming a long time, and it is me. We should get it, we should, but we did not. We administrative, we should, so, I don't know, should have been from the lab, you know, contract.
You know, that someone just put something, in our fund, $10,000, that's $3,000. You get back to $50.
Screen that thing on. Almost $1, $2, $3, $4,000. That's it. I bet you, it's about the, I'd say somewhere around $2.5 million.
I think we looked at it, it's about, no over 90, like, 500 or so. I'd say it's a little over a year.
Well, you know, what I was getting from that, but I don't think of all, but I'm going 1, 2, 3. I'm some little bit, in fact, he had one from my ladder. But I didn't even know we had one on the south side. They owned $15,000.
Who was that?
Well, I didn't know, I didn't get on the word, what do you eat?
They were 2 months ago.
That thing went on for a lot of years. I don't say it for it.
Yeah.
And I think it's about late too.
Ms. Mason?
maybe when I change over. Tell me, I think they're gonna call me back, and they're gonna call me back later. Yeah, this is just an executive session, it's not, not necessary. If you. Hey, you just say you can now. I don't know if they might ask you any questions about it. Oh, matter of fact, you can take. Matter of fact, I tell you what, here. Come on, I mean, I was gonna say, I was saying this publicly anyway. I was gonna say this publicly anyway, so you might as well, as the electrical superintendent, you might as well know it too. I mean, it's not, it's, as far as it is a critical analysis of what is going on the last 2 months. And I think it's, So we think. Thank you quite well too. And now, you might as well see this too. This is what I'm asking. These are my asks. So that's what I think. I don't know what you're saying. That's what I think, Mr. Accomplished. Oh, and that's not all of it. I can go on and on. I can go on and on. And I'm just talking about what needs. That's only the beginning of the things that need. This only, there's a lot of work left to be done. I see you talk about the bank account, and you were, what to say about the Hollis Spring. What about the other bank? You see, you covered that too, somewhere. Yeah, well, see, I don't even know how many things they got moving. Yeah, see, because things have been done in such a way that people were in the accounting, all the women that were working in the accounting were told they were enslaved. They were told only to do so much, do so much work, and they would, and they greatly respected. So that people can keep control and hide their mistakes without seriously anybody's trying is doing these things intentionally. They just trying to hide their mistakes. You can't run to it. You can't run a technical spot like that. When it's evident, you don't know what you're doing. It's just evident. And so they don't like with, with, with the folks that are there, they don't like the fact that I write like that. I just tell the truth. As you know, hey, it may hurt, but it may hurt 10,000 else. If you then lie to her, if you didn't want an honest assessment of what's wrong, what you need to do fix. You give you the truth for it all. Everything you said in the book, that's everything they said. It's just the way everything. Stop pushing. The fact that for the last, this is and how it's been part of citizens out of that. You know, it sells it. Really how it's still, how it hasn't been steward of their business. I mean, if you want to sell people, that's just really efficient. They still got some answers. I know. They let some. They let some. And it's just here. That's just.
They're not done in there. I just don't particularly feel very well. So I'm gonna step away.
How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I think I'm just wore out.
Mayor,
Oh, hello. How are you doing?
how are you?
Oh, I'm not very well today. Not very well today.
Okay, it's gonna get better.
But I'm frank.
It's gonna get better.
Reminding myself of Exodus 14:14.
What?
Look it up.
And,
14:14.
oh, you call my scripture.
Yes, Exodus 14:14.
That one.
I have to remind myself of that. So, let me see. All right, on the real. There a second? All those in favor? All right, let's go. Yeah.
Hey, well,
Yeah, come on.
We come.
Yeah.
Come.
All right. The board vote has come out of the executive session. Did any action occur?
The authorized Attorney Perry to respond to the EEOC filed by police personnel was motioned by Alderman Fountain, second by Alderman Teal, all ayes, one absent, being Alderman Jones. And one more, to have the mayor to return the keys to General Manager Wayne Jones no later than August 21st, 2024. It was motioned by Alderman Merriweather, second by Alderman Shipp, all ayes, two absent.
And let the record reflect that Mayor Gibson states that as the superintendent party and the executive branch will not allow that authority to intrude, not just for this administration, but administrations in the future. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I move the adjourn.
There's that. All right. It's the move by Alderman Fountain, second by Alderman Merriweather. All those in favor? Aye. 3 ayes, 0 nays, 2 absent, and Teal and Jones. All right, this meeting is adjourned.
all right.